Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How are we doing today? Oh, my goodness. What a disaster. Nothing is working. Loud and gay. Good. Time to be loud. Get mad, you sons of bitches, get mad. Sorry, that's a Glengarry Glen Ross quote. I would never say something so crass and uncouth as mad. Speaking of mad, so tonight, on the agenda tonight, oh boy, have we got an agenda. We're going to watch the Chandler Halderson sentencing hearing to see the final-ish fate of Canabro. I know some of you are familiar with the outcome. I'm relatively familiar with the outcome, but there's some stuff I think in hearing that I've heard about. I haven't watched it, but that I think will be worth exploring, if you will. So we'll check that out, and that should be fun. Oh my goodness. Ray-Ban Oakley Costa sunglasses up to 90% off. Oh, I'm going to click on that link immediately. Wait, why is my channel getting hacked with an Ethereum scanner? No! Just kidding. Okay, hold on. I'm getting all my stuff set up. That was not actually intended to be a slight at Kurt in any way, before anybody takes that wrong. Someone already did, I'm sure. There is an intro. What do you mean this isn't a real stream? But anyway. We have no idea what actually happened to Kurt's channel, and that was just intended as a joke, not as a slight. Did Joe stop celebrating his joining Blue Man Group yet? Well, it is a Sabbath. It is this fluffy hair I have today. It is the Sabbath for Joe, so he is observing the Sabbath as he does. So Friday nights are off limits for him. So I have no idea if he's alive. I have no idea if it's alive or not. It's alive? Oh, God. I'm just flubbing all over the place today. Winky wanky woo. Hey, what's up to Scotland? How you doing? Yes, I heard they put out a new In Touch episode. I've never been less interested in something in my entire life. Someone sent it to me, and they sent the Associated Post, which shows two fat women eating. I guess we could pull that up real quick. Why? I think it was two. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I'm pretty sure. Let's see, where was that? Yep. Good God. Like, if I were going to make a parody post, like, I'm like, oh, they released a new episode. This is the picture I would use. So, I mean, I guess I can't complain. I guess I cannot complain. Here you go. Look at that. Again, if I were going to make a post making fun of them, that would be the one. That'd be the picture I'd choose. Oh my gosh, they look wider than a trash barge in each of their shots. They're eating. Why would you do that? Why would that be the one you go with? Like, hey, we could pick a tasteful, one of these Instagram shots that we always do, with angles. Nope, I know. Uh, but anyway, so here, let's just briefly. This is about as much of the podcast I plan on reviewing, right? Jamie Markey says, "I told you it would be soon." Introducing Halftime, an in between regular episode where we answer listener questions. This halftime is longer than the first episode, which is almost impossible to imagine. But we had a lot of questions. Hashtag we will be in touch. I just want to point out that in between the regular episode, it has been 3 months since their first episode, and there is no second episode. So how what's a regular episode? Like what? I mean, I don't understand. Like, I know that my show schedule is, oh God, look at it. Look, we're eating pictures of us when we were thinner. Oh. Pro tip, ladies and gentlemen, don't ever do that. Don't ever do what that was. That was a mistake. That photo was a travesty and an accident. Look, I know I have an accelerated production schedule. I put out an episode, like 5 episodes a week, so, and they're rather regular. They happen on, typically at the same time. I mean, and sometimes you put out as many as, 10 a week, depending on what's going on, right? Because you gotta be on that YouTube game. You gotta be on that broadcast. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be on that broadcast. God, I'm not. Why was I born white? So lost my train of thought with that comment. So I don't know what their regular schedule is, but right now it's looking like worse than Dan Carlin's podcast schedule. Oh, but anyway. So that being said, we've got the Chandler Halderson hearing. I'm not planning on listening to their stupid podcast because it is basically like getting cancer, but worse because you don't die from it. And you have to endure the whole thing. So I'm out on that. And then, but Chandler Halderson is tonight. We got some hot takes on the interwebs about ladies sports. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but a female, 100% beautiful woman, is out there crushing women's NCAA swimming, making a mockery of lesser females all over the place. Just it, and and I think this lady may have an advantage. She's got a rudder, which helps in the turns and facilitates air, water flow to increase speed and reduce drag. I mean, that's the best I can figure. It's a rudder. So that's that's going on. But so a lot of people have opinions about this. I've seen a lot of commentary out on the Twitterverse about it. Like Tim Pool weighed in on it, and then people weighed in on Tim Pool. And all of that weighing in was still not a match for the scale of Jamie Markey. I mean, the numbers don't even compare. But no, so a lot of people are talking about this and giving their opinions about women in sports and should sports be segregated or not. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to piss some people off. The best thing to do for me as a man, and I put this in the description, but I know most people are smart enough to never read a description of a video. I put this in the description, but I'll say it here. I am going to make fun of women who are better than me at every sport, because there is another person out there that's better than them at every sport that happens to have testicles. So I will make fun of the women who lose because there is a guy out there who's better. And that is how I don't care that these ladies can't run for shit. They can smoke me on the track and I will still be laughing at how slow they are. That'd be the I would do it in person. I would go up against one of these like Polish sprinting women, comes out here, runs like a 12-second 100-meter dash. I mean, trotting across the finish line like 48 seconds after I stop and eat a hot dog or something. And then I would make fun of her for being slow. Nailed it. I would definitely mock. And we're going to tonight, we're going to make fun of women for being worse at sports than men, even though they're better at sports than me. And that's the way the world works. And it's going to be good. And it's going to be true. That's the worst part. It's going to be true. It's going to be true. And we know this because of Leah Thomas, the most beautiful woman with a big old Fuda penis hanging out while she swims in the entire world. We know it because of that. So we're going to do that. We've got Melinda Scott updates to talk about. I've been talking. There's not much to say. Maybe we'll start with the Melinda Scott stuff. Maybe we're going to start with that. I don't know. It's not a lot. There's just some brief updates from the court. I'll start pulling them up right now. There's not documents to go through, so it won't take very long. But Melinda Scott is the super Jew who has no Jewish DNA. She's part of the lost tribe of Israel. One of them. There's like a shitload of lost tribes, like 9 of them or whatever, and she's all of those, but not at all of any of the recognized Jewish DNA in her. 0. But she is she's the best Jew. She's a perfect Jew. She's a mountain Jewess with very, very good Jew magic. In fact, Joe Neerman wasn't actually blue before yesterday, but the mountain Jew launched a spell at him like an Elden Ring, and it just washed over him like a giant blueberry squeezed all over his skin. So we're gonna, I mean, and because of that, she's got phenomenal Jewish powers that help her win in court. And we're going to talk about all of this, but she is suing Kiwi Farms, Joshua Moon specifically, the owner of Kiwi Farms. And has been for a while. Since 2020, this has been going on. She sued a whole bunch of other stuff too. The Department of Social Services, some random person on the internet, all of this. But what ended up happening was she lost her case dramatically against everybody because she literally just does not know what she's doing. She has no idea what she's doing. She went like a year to law school and then dropped out. More evidence that she's not Jewish, apparently. She went to law school for a year, dropped out. And then she's like, no, I actually know better than the professors who are all misogynists and racists or whatever. And then she proceeded to sue a bunch of people, and she just routinely loses the lawsuits because she doesn't know what she's doing. She doesn't know how to do it. She just knows that she can file a bunch of bullshit. And so she does, thinking that will somehow win a case. All it does is it wastes the court's time, waste the the defendant's time and all that stuff. But there has been an update. See, so what happened was she lost. She has gone to the appeals court and then decided to file like 100 motions after losing and going to the appeals court. And so there's these pending motions about the appeal. And this motion's the one is really, really important. The one motion is to set an appeal bond. So what an appeal bond is when a court says, either because a statute requires it to do so, or because the court determines that this is seeming to be frivolous, not necessarily frivolous. They haven't found it frivolous, but it kind of looks a little frivolous, smelly. You know, when you pick up like cheese and you're like, I don't know about this. This cheese might be frivolous. That's Scott cheese. Actually, no, we know her cheese is frivolous. But anyway, So the court's sniffing this out and saying this might be a colossal waste of everybody's time, and the appeal might just be intended to harm the defendant. And so we'll set an appeal bond. And that appeal bond means you have to put money down before your appeal gets to go through to show that you're serious. Because one thing people will do is they will lose, right? And then they will spend all of their assets on an appeal so that they're judgment proof at the end. Like, you can't get my money. Like, if I can't have my money, then you can't either. I'll pay it into a lawyer or the court system or whatever. During the pendency of the action, I'll go buy a boat. I don't know, buy a bunch of comic books, underwear. It doesn't matter what. Blow the money. Get rid of any of it. An appeal bond, they pay into the court, and then if they lose, that appeal bond would be surrendered to the other party. If they win, they get their appeal bond back. Simple. It usually does not happen, like I said, unless it's specifically required by a statute. But in this case, due to the frivolous nature of the allegations, they requested and received an order for an appeal bond, but they haven't set the amount yet. So this motion is to set the amount for the appeal bond. And specifically, it's tied to the attorney's fees that Joshua Moon has had to incur to fight this action. And so if they get that appeal bond, she will have to post up, $10,000 to $20,000 to be able to proceed on appeal. This is a person who's on public assistance because she is literally incapable of doing any work. Just will not. And by incapable, I mean unwilling to work. Or maybe everybody is unwilling to be in the same room as her because she's woefully fucking irritating. So she can't earn money. She just has to take it from the government, which means take it from other people who are earning money and have to pay in to support her sorry ass so that she can literally sit around all day filing frivolous fucking lawsuits. She's a terrible, terrible person in this regard. And her weird gay husband is also terrible. Marshall, stop being stupid. Stop challenging people to fights on the internet. That is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. And you're not scary or intimidating, no matter how many dumb posts Melinda makes about how you grew up in the tough streets and were so fucking badass or whatever. Martial law, they called him. Well, yeah, sure. Nobody's impressed. Ever. You're just another dummy on the internet saying you're tough. Nobody on the internet's tough. Everybody on the internet looks like me, or they're 900 pounds. One of the two. Flimsy arms or giant flabby arms. That's it. Anybody with muscles is out there doing cool stuff in real life. They're like running around, shooting stuff, picking up cars, like stopping trains. Yeah. All of us pansies ended up online. But we all talk about how tough we are. Okay. I'll knock out that shyster. So anyway, I've got the docket up here. Let me zoom in because this shit is hard to read. Where do we start? I think just at the most recent order. So these came in on the 8th, and then they were immediately overturned. So bear with me on this because this is a little confusing. Let me get the breakdown real quick, procedurally where we are. I mentioned it, but I'll clearly state it here. She sued everybody. She lost on all the lawsuits. She got initially she got a default judgment against Joshua Moon because she lied and said that she served him properly, which turned out to be untrue. He was not in the country. She served an electronic mailbox, which is not a thing that you can actually serve under any rules. You'd have to get special permission from the court. And she did not. So Joshua Moon made a motion to vacate the default judgment. It was successful. Then they made a motion to dismiss the case, which was also successful because the case is obviously frivolous. So then she appealed that decision to go back after just Joshua Moon. So all of the other people that she lost against, no appeal. Doesn't care about that. But she appealed the decision to go after Joshua Moon. because that's what this was all about in the first place. It had nothing to do with the other party she was suing. She was just trying to make it look different than the other lawsuits, because she's done this now, I think 5 times in federal court alone, plus some state court claims. And it kind of looks like she's a vexatious litigant. A vexatious litigant is someone who's, how do I word this in the most offensive way? I don't know. A vexatious litigant is someone who uses litigation vexatiously without actual legitimate legal purposes, right? They're just trying to punish through the process. And so they bring claims over and over and they modify them or whatever. And there are things that are supposed to stop this, the concepts of res judicata. This has already been dealt with. You don't get to revisit it, similar to double jeopardy, but for civil law and stuff like that. But she just keeps on filing. And so what the issue is just to punish, but she has to make them look a little bit different. She has to have a new theory of something, because otherwise it's just the same thing that's already been done. There's rules against that. And that would be obviously frivolous, and she could be sanctioned for it. She should be sanctioned. She should be sanctioned to have to watch the bridges of Madison County backwards 150,000 times until she dies. She gets to choose to eat or not. I mean, that's up to her. If she doesn't eat, she'll die sooner. If she does eat, it'll take longer and she'll have to watch it over and over again. But interview E. Michael Jones on why white guys don't exist. Who the fuck is E. Michael Jones? Who are these people? Okay. So this is on appeal, right? This is on appeal right now. There is an appeal bond ordered, but not set. There's a motion for attorney's fees, and they have filed a motion to supplement the attorney's fees filing, because here's the deal. As this has gone on, Melinda just keeps filing stuff and they have to respond to it. So when they respond to it, it costs money. So the attorney's fees need to be updated. And so that's how this goes. All right. So that's where we are. And on the 8th of March, there are other episodes of this if you really want to check into the Melinda drama. It is quite interesting, honestly. It is a fascinating scenario where one person gets, we'll call them special person strength in regards to law, by just being so stupid that they can ruin everything. And I will have you note that all of these orders come from a magistrate judge, and Melinda Scott did not consent to the magistrate judge's rulings on anything. And yet here they are, just over and over. Magistrate. Oh my God. So here we are. So 3-8, there's an order granting motion, docket number 100, accepting additional evidence on the motion for attorney's fees. So they've made the motion for additional evidence. That's been accepted. It's fine. Minute order denying docket entry 115, motion for order to show cause because defense counsel complied with the court's order to file a redacted copy. So what happened here was they filed a public copy of a public document from another case for Melinda. And that document had some information on it that Melinda bitched about. Now, despite this being a public document that is publicly accessible in the other case, Melinda said that this was doxing and harassment or whatever. So the court said, we're going to strike this filing and you refile it with proper redactions. So they did. They objected. They said, okay, we'll also refile it with redactions. So that was done. Melinda then asked for a show cause order as to why they didn't do something. Who knows? It doesn't matter. Her theories of the case are so broken that it doesn't matter what she was intending to do. But she filed a motion to show cause, which is where you have to come in and explain yourself to the court. And so they're denying the motion for the order to show cause because they complied with the order for the court. They did it. So it's like, they don't need to show cause. They did the thing we asked them to do. Typically, you would do a show cause motion. You would ask for an order from the court demanding the other party to show why they did not comply with a court rule, a state statute, a federal statute, or a court order. Because you might have a good reason, right? Like, I was in the hospital. I have AIDS. I'm dyslexic. I don't know. It doesn't matter. You might have a good reason to not have complied with an order. I cannot comply with this order. It is impossible. The thing I need is a Freedom of Information Act request from the government that hasn't been fulfilled. Who knows what it is, right? But you don't need one if you comply. So it's mooted. So that's that. The next thing that happens is granting docket item 87, motion for hearing. And then it granted docket number 97, a motion for hearing. So real quick, we're going to go back up to 87 and 97. 87, pro se reply, RE, supplemental motion for appeal bond. So they wanted, and motion for hearing. So she wanted a motion hearing on the appeal bonds. She wanted to go in and argue in person on this. All right. That was granted. And then another motion for hearing on the attorney's fees and costs pursuant to Rule 54. So she asked to go in and hash out attorney's fees in person. Now, this is kind of silly because it doesn't really matter. There wouldn't be anything to come out of this in-person hearing that would be overly compelling that I could think of. The attorney's fees are documented and calculated appropriately, as far as I can tell. So I don't know what she wants to do, but who knows? She wants to waste time. This is what she wants to do. And she probably wants to get into a courtroom with Joshua Moon because she wants to make lovey eyes at him, because Marshall is not satisfying her. So instead, she wants the soft eyes of Joshua Connor Moon to stare longingly into her deep blue Lost Tribe of Israel eyes. And she wants him to say, Rosh Hashanah, Shabbat, Sabbath, Yahweh, Ben Israel. That's what she wants. But she's not going to get that. She's not going to get that. But the hearing was granted. I just spoiled it. The next day, there's a motion for leave to appear virtually or telephonically by Joshua Moon. So this is Josh saying, hey, I live in Europe. And I'm not sure if you noticed, there's a pandemic and there's also a little bit of a war going on just west of us over in the Ukraine. So it's hard for him to come to the United States. And it would be, this is what they argued in their motion. I'm summarizing. And it would potentially be impossible for him to return back to his home in the EU. Right? Because Joshua Moon is such a filthy fucking communist that he fled the United States to Europe because he was afraid of freedom, baby. I'm just kidding. Josh knows I love him. So he went over to the EU and he's like, it'd be hard to come back to the States and it'd be potentially impossible to go back home. This would be very prejudicial. Can I appear by Zoom conference? Simple, basic request. And the court says, no, you can't. You can't do it because we're just not going to do hearings. It's a good reason to just not do a hearing. This is all we needed. So here we go. 122. This is just saying that these things are mailed to the party, or I guess between 124 and 125. These docket items are mailed to Melinda because Melinda refuses to sign up for the e-filing system. And she literally mails everything in like the most pain in the ass person you can imagine. So then number 125, there's an order to vacate this order on the motion for hearing due to the unavailability of the parties, both 122 and 123. So both of these are vacated due to the unavailability of the parties. These matters will be decided on the pleadings, briefs, and other filings. So nope, no hearing. We're going on paper. We're going on paper. So Melinda will have to find another way to woo the soft eyes of Joshua Moon. And then number 126, minute order denying motion for leave to appear by video or teleconference based on the court vacating its previous orders setting hearings. So, yeah. Okay. No, you can't appear because we're not going to have anything. So go Zoom somewhere else. Oh, shit. I said on paper. Damn it. So that's the updates in Melinda Scott. So there now will not be a hearing, and the court is going to take all the filings on these two issues, which is probably the worst case scenario for Melinda because her filings are batshit insane. They're batshit insane. They make no legal sense. They have no basis in fact, law, reason, reality, anything like that. And they're just a waste of everyone's time. Whereas Josh was smart and hired an attorney, Matthew Harden, who has been really quite adept throughout this whole proceeding, and he files competently drafted documents with actual legal theories, with proper citations, all of those good things put in there. And he does it in a timely manner, and he does it according to the court rules, which is more than we can say for Melinda. So having this gone on paper is probably a bad deal for her, but the whole case is a bad deal from the start. And she should know it by now because she's lost this exact same case every time she files it. Because at the end of the day, it is legal to make fun of someone on the internet. It just is. It's a hard thing for some people to understand. It's tough, but it's just legal to make fun of people on the internet. And it must always be. There are people who would actually want it made illegal, unironically. You can find them all over Twitter. They would find insults not protected speech. But yeah. So that's what they want, but it still is for now legal to make fun of people on the internet. It is legal. I do not recommend this. I do not personally endorse this. I'm not a fan of it, but it is still legal to dox people. It is legal to post an address that you did not receive through illegal means online. It is not legal to attach a threat or something like that to it, or if you somehow post the address in a way that would be obviously conveying a threat, that would not be legal. But just the mere posting of dox is typically legal. And I know that makes people uncomfortable, but it's just a reality of speech protections, a recognition of the society that we live in. But that's how it goes. So until that stuff is illegal, places like Kiwi Farms will exist in the way that they do. They will talk about people in the way that they want, and it will all be protected speech. So, yeah. Doesn't anybody remember phone books? Now, I see that a lot, and it's a good point. Kim Jong-un, obviously a traditional Korean name, and I welcome you, sir. What is it? What is it? How do I say hello in Korean? Hero. No, it's not that. It's oh, I used to know this. I used to have basic Korean words down. I think upchigi is front kick. I think I got that one. It's okay. I'm not gonna even try to pronounce everybody's spelling it out. Fuck you. That's it. That's it right there. Oh, I ruined my Korean joke. Never mind. But no, the phone book thing is a good point because addresses and phone numbers used to just be public all the time. But it's a lot different now because we have a mildly increased capacity to hassle people with an address. You do. It's easier to organize people. It's easier to broadcast that address to a whole lot of people simultaneously with a purpose. Like, for example, hypothetically, if I were to put up an address and tell people to harass it by the numbers, there would be some percentage of people that would do something annoying to that address. Like, I don't know, send them copies of Monica and Jamie's podcast. I'm not sure what they would do. That very heavy shipping weight on that, but that would hypothetically you could do that. Now, if you scale that up to someone like Mr. Beast or XQC or Nico Lull or something, where people with millions of subscribers and viewers, if you go, do millions of people watch Nico Lull? I heard her channel was a getting fat channel now, so that's good. But if if they were to do it, then it'd be even more people by the numbers, right? Just through math, there's a percentage that will do something like that if you tell people to do it. So the only thing I would encourage people to do is send amaranth fart jars to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That's it. That's it. If you have money to blow on an amaranth fart jar, don't buy it and sniff it yourself. Send it to the sniffer in chief, Joe Biden, right at 1600 Pennsylvania. He will sniff those amaranthy farts all over town. Oh, jeez. Okay. So that's Melinda Scott. That's Melinda Scott. But I wanted to point out there is a mild difference between now and when I grew up, in the 80s, and you could just go like Terminator 2, right? It was 92, I think. And he goes to phone book. He's like, Sarah Connor. And he goes and rips or that's Terminator 1. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Takes the page out of the phone book and then goes and tracks down all the Sarah Connors. The T-1000 does it and kills them all, which is great. I don't know why a computer. Wait a minute. Can we address something that just started to really, really piss me off? Why does the Terminator rip the page out of the phone book? It's a motherfucking computer with camera eyes. It is just now hitting me. This movie's been out for 20 years. It's just 30 years. 30 years. It's just now hitting me. Can't he just replay his memory? I cannot believe I just thought of this. Mm. Oh, that movie will never recover. Strip it of its Oscars. Give it to the next Terminator movie with the chick Terminator. That's how we need to do it. T100 was a 386 with 4 megabytes of 72 pin SIM RAM and a 420 megabyte Connor hard drive. the one picture of the phone book would have actually taken up the entire hard drive. And unfortunately, he had snapped a picture of the Pamela Anderson Playboy before that. Oh. You didn't realize baby carrots weren't real until you were 30? Oh, yeah. Baby carrots are just whittled down carrots. uh, oh, God. Oh, wait. Did you guys not know that baby carrots were just whittled down carrots? Oh, I love the internet so much. Oh, okay. Let's do let's do these super chats. This is legitimately the most fun job in the world because of shit like this. Uh, okay. Okay. Dermy Wormy says, Nick, because of you, I decided to F it and I bought a super pass to Anime Matsuri. Kind of nervous though. It will be my first anime convention and I will be going alone. Well, look, this can go the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours. Yeah, no, you'll be fine. You'll have fun. You'll have fun. Um, it's a good time. And you won't be alone. There'll be like 50,000 people there. Kyan Rennell says, did you see German Shepherd Brittany Venti on Friday Night Tights? I saw that Brittany was on Friday Night Tights. I think she's in the chat. I think she is, but I did not see it. Sorry. Today I was all day exhausted the entire day. I spent about an hour on Twitch playing Elden Ring in the middle of the day, which was fun. It was nice to just pop out for some quick leisure. But other than that, I was sleeping on and off like the whole day. After my show last night, I clicked end stream and I fell asleep in this chair for hours. And then I went upstairs and went to sleep for a little bit. Rolled out of, I'm still in my clothes, rolled out of bed and went straight down to the Eric Hunley show in the same shirt from the previous night. Cause like I said, I just fell asleep in my clothes, went upstairs and slept in my clothes, went back down to my office and just, people were making fun of me and I was like, oh shit, I am in the same shirt still. Oh, well, who cares? Doesn't matter. And so then I went upstairs and took a shower. Oh, let me tell you this. So, Lady Rackets was driving our kids around somewhere, most of them. And the littlest one, our 4-year-old, wanted to watch the puppy. I was like, okay, you can watch the puppy. So, we have our TV room closes off, right? And she's hanging out in the TV room with the puppy. It's got a nice tile floor, really nice in case the puppy has an accident or whatever. So I'm like, I'm going to go take a shower. You keep the puppy in the TV room and everything's fine. All good. You just run around, be a puppy. She said, okay, Dad. So I go take a shower. I get out of the shower and my 9-year-old comes up to me and is like, what? She's like, I'm going to get in so much trouble for this. For what? What did you do? Well, I didn't do anything. Okay. The 4-year-old had wanted to leave the room, but didn't want the puppy to leave the room too. So she put the puppy up on the shelf. We have like a big shelf and then the TV's above it. If you've watched, I think there's a Twitch stream or two. Oh wait, you never see the TV in those. Never mind. But there's a shelf and then the TV is above it. It's a big shelf because it's an 85-inch TV, and so the shelf goes across on either side. So she put the puppy up there. Well, there were some pots, like little pots with potting soil in them, that the kids are going to plant flowers in, and since spring is coming, and the dog knocked those down onto the floor. And also was tracking dirt all over this fucking shelf. And then the dog got behind the TV and got trapped. So the 9-year-old had to go get the dog and save it. And then she put the dog in the kennel for a minute. And I was like, That's what prompted it. I'm like, why are you putting the dog in the kennel? I thought the little one was watching. She's like, well, and so I go out there and there's just, I mean, there was dirt everywhere. And I'm like, dude, why, why did you, why did you put the dog up on the shelf? Said, she said, I wanted he not be get out. I was like, but you said you would watch the dog. You don't get to leave. You have a job to do. You have to watch the dog or get someone else to do it. I sorry, Dad. Yeah, you're fine. Can I give you a sorry hug? Stop it. Stop it. So anyway, so then I had to clean up that mess. So I take a shower, I clean up the floor, and then I sit down on a chair and pass out. And I wake up and I play because this is after Eric Hunley's show, yeah. Then I played Elden Ring for like an hour. And then I got done with Elden Ring and went to go hang out with Lady Raggets, but she was doing something. So then I was like, oh, I'm just going to sit down in this chair for a minute and then I'll go grab some dinner and come back home. Passed out again. I was so tired. I could not get ahead of sleep today. I don't know. It was, now I feel I'm like alive. I come alive at like 11 p.m. every night. Yeah. Yeah. My dad would have made me clean up the floor. 4-year-olds aren't great at cleaning up potting soil. It's really a pain in the ass. Okay. Back to it. Doug Murray says, hey, Rackets, I hope you're having a great evening and a better weekend. Speaking of weekend, I just want to remind everyone, if your wife asks you to take someplace expensive this weekend, take her to the gas station. Better yet, make her pump. That's what I would do. Next, we've got Tall Skinny Geek. Tall Skinny Geek says, Alga you dent, or an anagram thereof, which would be late and gay. Patrick Guyan says, last night you mentioned MUDs. Did you play AOW? No, I played Chaos Mud, not the big Chaos Mud, but one that was the mortar code base. I played Isengard a little bit, not much, which was another mortar code base. And I played a mortar code base mud that never left beta, I think, called Ithaca, which is really fun. And then I played Raven Mud, which was a circle mud base, and Otherworld Mud, also known as Turnail, which was circle mud as well. There's one other one I played for like a month, but I don't remember what it was. But yeah, muds are fun. Can we please get to Chandler Halderson? No. We'll get there eventually. Next, Seize the Day says Toronto Freedom Party. Right now, Canada honk, truckers rule. Atrocious. Thanks for the answer the other day. Lawsuit is for the vax mandate with military. Liberty Council is busy. Lol. Atrocitus like atrocity. We'll get it right. Dalton Sutton says, hey, Racket's been a listener every day since Rittenhouse, and this is my first super chat. Hey, thank you. Wanted to say thank you for the work you do and the killer humor. Today is my 27th birthday. Can I do a shot? Can I do a shot? Yes, of course I can. Of course. Don't worry, Chandler Halderson is next, so we'll get to it in about 48 minutes. See, this is with today's drink too. This is all I drank last night. It wasn't so bad. I don't know. Is that I see people drink like a whole bottle, and I'm like, oh, I don't drink that much. That, Oh, wait, I got to do the toast. Or no, it just says, can you do a shot? Yes. Dalton, happy birthday, buddy. Congrats on being 27. Just 3 more years till people respect you. And by respect you, I mean a little bit. Not much. Let's see. Next, Sketchum says, can you say a prayer for my dad? He's having some troubles post-cancer removal operation. I absolutely will, Sketchum. Absolutely. Cancerous Cuckatoo, I have cancer, can confirm. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Catherine H says, a toast to my grandma who died 1 year ago today. I'll do that in a minute. Eclipse Warlord says, glad you and your family are doing well. Can't wait for Anime Matsuri. Me too. GJJ, welcome to paralegal status. Catherine, to your grandmother, a year has passed without a grandmother, someone you would go to for advice, for comfort, for joy, for laughter. And though we're not able to speak to them in person again, we can thankfully tend to dig back in our own memories and find tons of laughter, good moments, and warm feelings as we remember them fondly for the love and influence they had in our life. Cheers. All right. Guardian Gamer says, speaking of fat, I'm calling on everyone here to call me fat. I'm 250 pounds and on the grind down. I expect full mockery depending on my efforts by Matsuri time. You know, someone posted a picture today, and it was Homer Simpson on the weight on the scale in The Simpsons. He was 260 pounds. And they pointed out that, remember, in 1992, 260 pounds. Did I say 290? 260 pounds. In 1992, 260 pounds was considered comically obese. Comically obese. It was so fucking funny how fat a 260-pound man was that it was a joke the entire show. You're just barely shy of that, you giant embarrassment. Which means that you're fat enough that it would be funny if it weren't so sad. So get your ass to work and shed those pounds. You better be losing a baby's worth of weight a week. Okay, there you go. I hope that helps. I hope that helps motivate you. Billy Witch Doctor 99 says, hey, Nick, happy Friday. Any Greer updates? Not really. There's not really any Greer updates. His appeal against Joshua Moon has been pushed out to like April 11th now for his response, and his fight against America's Got Talent. Let me check. I mean, there was nothing has really happened there for a long time. Yeah, nothing's happened in that case since February 28th. Oh, except this. On February 28th, there was a response to the motion for leave to file documents by defendants Fremantle Productions. A reply would be due by 3/7. They chose not to reply, apparently, or they missed it or whatever. But so wait, response to, hold on, 40. So motion for leave to file supplemental memorandum in support was number 40. Number 45 was a response to that motion. So, Greer would have to reply by 3/7. He chose not to reply. All right, fine. So nothing's happened since the 28th of February in this case when that response is filed. So there's nothing really happening over there that I can see that's worth really delving into at the moment. Brittany Venti. Hey, I thought she was in the chat. Says Jew magic for my homie. Hey, thank you. Lake Town 2000 says, is anyone covering the Whitmer kidnapping trial? No one's watching it because it's a federal trial and federal trials are not allowed to be televised. So we can't. Would love to. Believe me, I would love to cover that entrapment nightmare. The government is so nervous about their case that it's going to just crumble and fall apart. And it might. It might. You have more feds than actual perpetrators in the case. Oh, hey, Sheila Aliens is also in the chat. Hey, Sheila, how's the relationship with Liam going? I read about it on Twitter. It was, it was nice. It was nice to see. It was nice to see some good times. Next, Jeff K says, been a bit, but have to say thank you, 3,000, for joining Joe's Blue Meanie stream last night. It'll live on in infamy. Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome. He blocked you? That's a jilted lover right there. Very jilted. Daniel Harp says, I love the internet so much. Laughs are worth the super chat. Obviously, the objective truth when reviewing court cases, what really matters. Enjoying some cheap ass tin cup American whiskey as belated Green Day. Heart you. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Talon's here. Are you really going to have hot takes on water sports? Only Ukrainian water sports, my friend. Only Ukrainian. Hey, thank you, Daniel Harp. Very much appreciated. Chuck Keyworth, I do not think I ever got around to shouting out the Give, Send, Go for your cousin. Tag me in it, and we'll shout it out. Okay, let's do this Chandler Halderson thing, right? YouTubery Chandler Halderson. Nope, not what I wanted to do. I'm trying to get it right to the spot where it starts up. Because I don't want to waste a bunch of time, right? Okay, here's where it starts. Perfect. Let me crank the volume a little bit on this. Hopefully it comes in way too hot. And then we'll share this bad boy over here. Boom. Boom. Robert Simpson, you did. You did, Robert, but that's only because you're going to say that the judge is a tasty snack with his bow tie and Chandler's a cutie pie who can get it. And that is unbreaded. That is breaded, my friend. That is breaded. High carb.
Is that the correct case number? CF. CF 1568. Could I have the appearances, please?
William Brown and Andrew Raymond appear for the state of Wisconsin.
Thank
you. Me says rec not inviting anyone. Wait, should I be inviting someone to something?
you.
Mr. Halderson appears in custody in court with his attorneys Crystal Vera and Catherine Doral. Good afternoon.
Okay, real briefly, this is Cannabro's case. He had requested to not appear for a sentencing hearing because the punishment, the sentence, the presumptive sentence for first-degree murder in Wisconsin is life without parole. That is the sentence you are likely to get unless there's some other factor. I can't think of anything that would change that. He asked not to appear. He clearly can't think of anything that would change it either. And judge says, no, get your ass in here. You have to be there.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Let's first touch base to ensure that everyone has had access to the same materials as we're here for sentencing. A pre-sentence investigation was ordered, and Agent Alyssa Burke filed with the court the report of that investigation on March 7th. Attorney Brown, did the state receive and have the opportunity to review a copy?
We have.
And
the Shabusiness chick, she won't go to trial for a while.
The state needs to note for the record.
No.
Attorney Vera, did you, Attorney Doral, and your client have an opportunity to receive and review the report?
We did.
Now, I did receive from Attorney Doral's signature a letter March 14th raising a couple of issues. Were there anything in addition to those that you wanted to raise?
No, Your Honor.
I'm going to order that that letter be attached to the pre-sentence so that it accompanies it and notes those corrections and issues in this age of electronics, there's no whiting out or writing on the original anymore, but I want to ensure that those are noted for purposes of future reference to this report. And I will note as well that the court received, as I noted, and reviewed the report multiple times. Agent Burke, you have my gratitude for your work in this matter. I always appreciate the information I glean from your reports and those of your fellow agents, but I understand the work that goes into this, and I understand the number of steps you take and how you reach out. And thank you very much for everything with regard to this matter and those.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot.
I also wanted to note the following victim impact statements, which the court received, to ensure that the parties received those as well. Beyond statements reflected within the pre-sentence, I received a victim impact statement from BH, which
Ken's counseling couch is just mad that
Mr.
he didn't get to
Halderson's
eat
brother,
Chandler's parents.
from CAN, Mr. Mitchell Halderson's fiance, JAH, who, as I recall, testified at trial and is essentially a sister in spirit to Krista Halderson. And then a fourth letter from an individual ET who was an individual impacted here based upon past connections with Krista Halderson. I also did receive, courtesy of JAH, one of the memorial cards regarding the what I assume were funeral services regarding Bart and Krista Halderson. Attorney Brown has
Can
the
you
state received
imagine their tombstones? Oh no. From dad to dinner, rest in peace. And then on the next tombstone, ... and she was dessert hours later. They write themselves. They write themselves.
an opportunity to review all of those materials.
Yes.
Do you know of anything that I've overlooked that was submitted?
No.
And Attorney Vera, have you, Attorney Doral, and your client been provided the opportunity to review all those materials?
For some reason, the ET one doesn't sound familiar.
I did direct that it be distributed to everyone.
Was that from today?
That would have been a few days ago. It had come
Maybe she just
in
didn't read it because
directly to the court.
she didn't seem super interested in
I can
a
provide
lot of
a
the
copy
trial.
to you.
Someone said, did he eat his dad's dick? I don't think so, because
If we could just have a moment.
I think
to
the
review it,
pants
thank
were
you.
still on the
Absolutely.
torso. It's like he cut through. You need a moment to read through the letter? Chandler's got the lesbian haircut, helping to end up in the women's prison.
Reading that, just an administrative matter. The state would ask that the court adopt at least partially its amended media order in the trial. I don't imagine there'll be a problem, but I think there may be some new folks here from the media regarding the filming of people in the gallery here today.
I actually, did we distribute a copy, or I didn't download
Oh, yeah,
it.
it's mine.
I'll print for each party a copy. I actually did distribute a media order about a half hour ago regarding those types of issues. I'll print a copy for you here.
Hey, I wonder what the new media order is. I wish I had. I wish I had an easy way to analyze this. Da, 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 da. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Yeah, why is he still wearing a mask? Damn. Well, we'll have to find out. We doing unbreaded tonight? We do unbreaded every night. I'll have to find it later. I know there's a way to look up documents in Wisconsin, but I don't have an easy way to
We
do it.
appreciate it.
I can get those done quick. Oh, okay, thank you.
Here we go. I'll see if I can do it while doing this. Case search. Chandler.
And go ahead and take a look at that.
View case details.
Attorney Vera.
Could we get one more copy, please? We gave ours to the state.
As we talked, it does appear that this is one the state didn't have either. It was sent directly to the court.
I'll
So
print a copy.
Thank you.
Okay. Regarding, here's the order regarding media access at sentencing. God. Do they have the order? Can I get the actual fucking document? All documents in these cases should be available easily online on these systems that they already have. Because if you're actually there, they have them attached to them usually for the court itself. Yeah. Nick R has a mommy named Debbie. I do not. Okay. So, yeah, I can't easily get the document. I would love to see what it says. Let's see if I can find it here.
Oh, wrong courtroom.
On courtroom. Mm-mm.
There we go.
Yep, not. I wonder if they have it on Westlaw. Probably not.
All right.
It's the same letter.
I think we're all on the same page then as far as information coming into this hearing. As a statutory question, Attorney Vera, is there any reason we should not now proceed to a sentencing hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Very good. Attorney Brown, are there any victim statements being made here in court today?
No victims themselves are going to speak. What we're going to do is Ms. Raymond's going to speak first about some letters that we have that we were going to read, and then I'll conclude our arguments.
Very good. Why don't you proceed, please?
So, Your Honor, Mr. Brown and I are breaking up this sentencing. I'm going to talk very briefly about the character of the defendant and then go on to talk about the seriousness of the offense. Mr. Brown will then talk about second half of the seriousness offense and the need to protect the public. I'm going to spend a lot of my time today talking about the victims and who they were as people. But I am going to start with talking about the character of the defendant. This PSI was kind of not your average PSI. I've often said in serious sentencings that reading PSIs is one of the most depressing things about my job, and that I really dislike it. Although what it does provide is a context to crime.
A PSI is a pre-sentence investigation report that is developed. There's some questions that get asked. What's up? Which one? She's right there. Oh, hold on. Guys, I'll be right back. Sorry. These kids, oh my goodness. So anyway, yeah, the pre-sentencing report, or pre-sentencing investigation report, they review their criminal histories, and then they go through and they review some interviews that they get to do with investigators, ask them about basically if they can locate any mitigating factors or aggravating circumstances that weren't picked up in court.
Almost every homicide I've prosecuted, there's been a fairly tragic backstory of the defendant.
Are you going to cry?
Violence, drugs, just tragedy. And you often are left with an explanation, not an excuse, but an explanation as to why a crime occurred. Why did this 18-year-old kill a 17-year-old? There's not an explanation here. Chandler grew up with a life of privilege by pretty much, I think, any sort of angle you look at it. He had two parents that were married and that seemed to be happily married. Two parents that from all evidence were completely supportive. Very sort of, his dad was the den
They even
leader for
supplemented
both
his
Boy
caloric
Scouts.
intake.
His parents attended every swim meet that he had. There's absolutely no evidence of abuse whatsoever in this case. Chandler grew up with no housing insecurities. He never had to wonder where his next meal was coming from. And he was never exposed to any violence that we saw any evidence of, or even really guns. The only tragedy, if you can even call it that, it's more really a part of life that we saw that occurred to him during his childhood was he did lose his maternal grandparents. He went to good and safe schools. By all accounts, he had a supportive extended family that saw him often and a large network of family friends that considered themselves his family. He had numerous people that would drop everything to help him if it was needed. He never faced any sort of discrimination that I can find from any source. By pretty much every measure, he was a white male who had a childhood of privilege.
Oh my
Only
God.
potential criticism that anyone that we talk to.
Having two parents and not being abused is not privilege. That's normal. That is the standard. That is, can we just drop this? She's going to say, I've never seen a defendant who had no reason to kill someone like this before. This is the worst murder. By the way, I'll call her out on this. This is a lie. This is a lie. This is not the worst file she's ever seen. It's not like, oh my God, I've never seen someone who didn't have a reason to kill someone else. Come on. Yes, you have. Stop it. I was thinking that having a dad accountant is privileged because of money. Accountants aren't necessarily or particularly wealthy. They didn't live in like a mansion or anything. It seems like just kind of middle to upper middle class. This is, but we got to stop this because this language is pervading our courts. It's pervading our courts to the point where now, well, if he had been abused, the murders would have been less bad. No, they still wouldn't have. They still would not have been less bad unless he was being abused like at the time of the murder, like presently. And I don't mean like literally in the moment, but I mean in a present state of ongoing pretty bad abuse. This is a 23-year-old. You can just fucking leave. It doesn't mean like this language is being pumped into the minds of attorneys, and it is going to pollute the blind justice system that we have. Murder bad, okay? Murder's bad, okay? We don't need to be. If any of you want to know what Ken Jennings actually sounds like, it's this. But we do not need to be having these people saying like, well, this is a white middle class family. That's reeks of privilege. This murder's worse than other murders. No, fuck off. Like, stop with that shit. Disagree, Nick. A good family isn't a guarantee. It doesn't mean it's a privilege. It's like privileged. Come on now. Stop this.
And we've talked to well over 100 people, was that perhaps his mother babied him a little too much. or was a little too doting.
They loved him too much.
As I often explain to my husband, that's what mothers do.
Not all of them.
It is out of this life of privilege, this childhood, that was nearly ideal, that he committed these crimes.
Just again, the middle class, a working class, middle class family is considered privilege. Privilege. What's it? Never mind. I could go after this over and over and over again. This is entering our courtrooms. That's not where this social justice, social equity language belongs. It does not belong in criminal justice. Criminal justice is to be evenly meted out and applied, whether you are black, white, Latino, Asian, whether you are poor, rich, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The crime does not become less or more bad because of your socioeconomic status.
It's also worth noting that these crimes were committed against these two individuals that provided this ideal childhood for him, the two people that took care of him. I only want to say one other thing about the character of the defendant. We certainly spent a lot of time in trial, and I don't need to belabor any points about that. But I do think it's worth noting that in all of the jail calls and messages that the detectives and Mr. Brown and I listened to, there was never even a moment where Chandler mourned his parents' death. I found that really unique. I've prosecuted a lot of cases where somebody has killed a family member, sometimes even a family member who was highly abusive to them. And there's mourning there. There's some sort of notion that they miss this person. It was interesting. In one message, somebody had told him that they just got back from his parents' memorial service and they were sad. He suggested that they watch a slasher movie, Halloween.
Yeah.
There was no discussion of who was at the memorial service, what they talked about, who they saw.
Watching Halloween always cheers me up. What is she complaining about? Oh, you're sad? I got some practical advice for you. Why don't you go watch Halloween? Pretty good flick. Pretty good flick.
Any remembering of his parents.
At least it wasn't, The Hills Have Eyes or whatever.
I just think it's notable
Go watch
to bring up
Dahmer.
that how significant losing your parents is to a person's life and how much it impacts them. It impacts someone, and there's been no.
To be fair, he didn't lose them.
No
He knew exactly
tears.
where they were.
And I just think that is worth noting. Certainly you could take that in a couple of different ways. You could say, well, maybe they're just not an emotional person. That's certainly possible, but it also suggests a certain amount of callousness, and perhaps even lack of remorse. That is worth noting. So I'm going to spend the bulk of my time talking about the seriousness of the offense.
Lady, you should not be saying
And
bulk
part
in a
of what
sentence.
that entails is the fact that this world no longer has Bart and Krista Halderson. And so I think it's an important part and to reflect on who they are. I'm going to start that by reading two victim impact statements. One was submitted to you earlier, but they asked that I read it out loud. The other one has not been submitted yet. It was just written today, I believe. The first victim impact statement is submitted by CAN, who's the future daughter-in-law to Bart and Krista Halderson. She's engaged to their son, Mitchell. She writes, "My life will be forever changed."
My life will be forever changed because I just got $1 million life insurance payout instead of a $500,000 one. Just kidding. That's cold.
By the actions that occurred the week of July 1st through July 7th of 2021.
The actions that occurred. Why write this letter passively? Immediately weird to me. I'm not saying anything about this chick or whatever. I'm just saying it's weird when people write passively about an egregious and horrific criminal act. The actions that occurred.
I've lost my future mother and father-in-law in such a senseless and brutal way. This loss will remain with me for the rest of my life. I've personally have been deeply impacted by this loss. My mental and physical health have suffered tremendously. As Mitchell and I move forward planning our wedding, each decision we make comes with a reminder of two of the most important people to us, Bart and Krista, will not be there to celebrate this special occasion with us. I've cried about their loss on multiple occasions and will continue to mourn and cry many more times.
Kato, I'm not reading anything into it. It just bothers me in general. It's a weird thing that people do. I'm not saying that it says anything about it. I think it's rather common. So I'm not saying that, oh, her passive voice implicates her in the no, nothing like that. It just is weird to me. Like this was obviously an intentional act of horrific violence. And you're like, well, the actions that occurred were Chandler shooting his parents and chopping them up with hacksaws. Those actions that occurred, like, just say it. What he did, what Chandler did, what my future brother-in-law did to his own parents, what he stole from us in the community. Write it down. Write what you feel.
I've experienced a lot of weight loss as I was unable to eat due to the high level of stress, anxiety, and uncertainty surrounding what had happened to Bart and Krista over that long period of time. I missed work for over a month, and even now that I'm back, there are times I struggle to make it through the day. Bart and Krista were amazing people. They were there to help everyone and anyone with whatever they could. Krista had always been so welcoming to me. From the first time I met her in 2014 for Christmas to the morning that we both called her and Bart to tell them the good news that Mitchell and I were engaged in 2020, to the afternoon we spent at their home for Father's Day in June of 2021, just a week before they were killed. Krista was excited to talk with me and always made me feel at home. Bart had a wonderful sense of humor and was a great handyman. He helped us set up many things when we moved into our new home and helped teach us so that we could do it on our own next time.
Here's how you read
I miss their
IKEA
warm
furniture
presence
installation
and their
instructions.
kind hearts every single day. Both Bart and Krista had so much to look forward to that they will never get to experience. They will never get to see their son get married or start a family. Mitchell and I will miss them terribly during these milestones. Holding their grandchildren, watching them play sports, hearing about school, and all those things that Bart and Krista were so excited for, they will never get to do. They loved going to wineries, breweries, concerts on the square, the farmers market, and had been dreaming about many different trips to explore Wisconsin and the United States. But again, due to their senseless murders, they will never get to experience these things. We are comforted in knowing that Chandler cannot physically hurt us. However, if he was given the opportunity for parole, I would be terrified for Mitchell and my family's safety. Given the fact that he was capable of such calculated and horrific act of murder, I do not believe my family would be safe if he were ever to be released from prison. For this reason, I believe he should not be given the
Did
chance
Chandler
for parole.
Halderson just become the
Bart and
sideshow
Krista's
Bob?
murders have greatly impacted my life and the rest of the Halderson and Frater family lives as well. The second letter is from Kayleen Halderson, mother
Well,
of
that was
Bart
short.
and Chandler's grandmother.
Oh, Grandma.
Judge, these are my feelings about Chandler. He is my grandson. I love him, even though what he did was horrific.
Ooh.
I can't believe his parents would want him to be incarcerated for life. I'm hoping he will find a trade or a craft while there to become a productive and caring person. We hope the people in charge.
Chef. Become a chef. Grandma's going in support of Chandler. See, when I gave that toast earlier to a grandma, this is why. You want a bro, forever bro, grandma will always be your bro, right? Like, grandma is there for you. Listen to that. I know killed my offspring, but I hope he finds a trade, gets a trade school, gets out and gets some parole, gets back and rebuilds his life. Maybe rebuilds his parents. Robot versions.
Charge of that facility will feel someday he deserves a second chance in life with the possibility of parole. Chandler's grandma, Kayleen Halderson.
Wow.
So last week, I had the pleasure and the opportunity to meet with Krista's best friend of 38 years.
How are you going to do this, lady? You're going to try and make Krista's best friend like outdo the mother.
Jane. And I just spoke to her very candidly. Tell me about Bart and Krista. And she shared some really interesting and
If she said Krista
important
was sweet,
things.
I'm done.
She shared that Krista was a staple in her life, a sister in every way except
A staple like flour, water.
for biological. She was the aunt to her daughters. She described Krista Halderson as having a lightness about her, that when she'd walk into the room, you would just feel happier. She was bubbly. She was a helper, wanted to always fix people's problems. Krista was described by her boss at work as the work mom for everything. She was the person you went to if you needed Tylenol, a hug, or a pep talk.
She's a drug dealer. Okay.
She listened to people and cared about people. She went out of her way to lift people up. She was the type of person that you would feel happier, that would make you feel happier after you talked to her. The title that was most important to Krista was that of mom. That was her identity. Being a mom was her purpose in life. She was the type of mom that had bins where she saved her kids' Legos for the grandchildren. She had meticulous bins in her basement, each one perfectly labeled with no dust on them, that were organized and labeled their awards, their Eagle Scout journey, and various paraphernalia and photos. Jane said Krista was a joy and a blessing. I not only talked to Jane about Bart Halderson, but also his family over the last several weeks. Bart was quieter. He worked hard and he provided for his family. He was up for quite a big promotion right before his murder. He liked the outdoors, nature, fishing, and his family. He was redoing and in the process of renovating his entire house, nearly down to the studs. He had recently built a brand new dining table made of pure wood, which he had hoped that they would use for the rest of their lives.
Move your
celebrating the
mouse.
holidays with the
My mouse
grandkids.
isn't on there. It
He
is
was
now.
close with his older brother, Brett, and his
Take that.
parents, who are both still alive. Bart is described as generous, doing little things to take care of people. Jane pointed out that every time he was in Milwaukee, he would always take her daughters out when they were in college for a free meal with their Uncle Bart. One other thing that actually one of our detectives pointed out today is in the course of their employment, they read through a whole bunch of text messages from all sorts of people. And they were really struck about how nice Bart and Krista were. They really didn't say a bad word about anyone.
What does that
Not
have to
even
do with
each
text
other. They were
messages?
kind, respectful. They texted often about worrying about this son or that son and various things. They were loving towards each other. Bart and Krista, of course, will now not see their older son get married. They won't be present for their
She just say
grandchildren.
Nazi? Oh
They
my
won't get
God.
to experience the retirement that they really had been planning for decades. And they didn't get to say goodbye to anyone. Multiple people, when we talked to them about Bart and Krista, said, you know, if they would have found out about Chandler's lies and his deception, they would have been upset. They would have been. But they also would have worked with him to get him back on the right track. They were sure of this. More than one person had made a statement like this to us, that Bart and Krista would have continued to be the supportive parents that their entire track record had showed that they were.
Literally impossible. Like, okay, wait,
I just
though.
want to
Hold on. I mean, one, literally impossible to assert that. Two, this was egregious what Chandler did. It is very possible that they said, you know what? You're an adult. You clearly don't need our help. You can get the fuck out. Like, you can get out and start doing this shit on your own. It's entirely possible that that's how this went. And they were going to let him fail because they hadn't been letting him fail. And sometimes parents who don't let their kids fail will do that. They'll eventually just say, you know what? You got to fail. You got to learn that this doesn't work this way. So,
Point out one more thing about the seriousness of the offense. The victimization that was caused here extends well beyond Bart and Krista Halderson. Because of Chandler's actions, his grandparents had to bury a child. His brother lost his entire nuclear family overnight. The entire family is forever altered. People who were generous to Chandler, such as his girlfriend and her family, have had their lives completely uprooted as well. Bart and Krista's friends will again never get to enjoy them. And numerous people have guilt because they wonder, were there red flags that I missed? Could I have prevented this? Chandler's actions have caused uncalculable amounts of trauma for dozens of people. Your Honor, as you craft a sentence, I'm asking that you please consider all this trauma as part of the seriousness of this offense in creating a just sentence.
I'm going to comment on some of the other sentencing factors. I'm going to start with the submission by the defense, which I thought was well put together and well written, and included an article, a law review article that I read with great interest. Obviously, it concerns what I do for a living, and it's something I should think about. One thing that, before I start, I do want to thank both the defense attorneys. I think they've done
for what?
A job that they've sworn to do and dedicated their lives to doing as being defense attorneys and public defenders. And I've appreciated their presence, and they've been nothing but respectful and honorable in their task. And it was a hard job in this case. But speaking especially to their submission today, Attorney Doral said something that stuck out to me as absolutely true, which is one of the lines, which is, it seems that people, I'm quoting, paraphrasing here, believe that today is a foregone conclusion as to what the outcome is.
It is.
I, like her, I don't know that that's true. And I certainly don't think it's true with you, Judge. I'll tell you that as a prosecutor, I often prosecute homicides. And that's an unfortunate reality of being a prosecutor in a city. People commit the crime of intentional homicide. These hearings happen a great deal. My job is obviously to convict people if I believe they're guilty. And here, obviously, of course, I believe that, and I did that. But when it comes to sentencing, the questions are not simply in my gut, do I feel like this is a bad guy? Do I personally have some vendetta or reason to want to push for a specific sentence?
You don't?
My role is to examine the legal factors and to employ my role as the executive branch's representative in these hearings as thoughtfully and as compassionately as I can. I have to recognize, and I think all prosecutors should recognize as the representative of the executive branch at a sentencing, especially a sentencing in which we're talking about an imprisonment of the defendant that could be many decades, that nothing should be a foregone conclusion, that we should approach this with a level of analysis and questioning.
This is a weird pandering bullshit that I'm so fucking sick of. You allege that this motherfucker shoots his parents in the coldest of blood after lying to everybody, that he chops them up and distributes them around the state of Wisconsin. And then he tries to raise false concern about them, participate. Oh, I'm going to help out with the investigation. The entire time he did it, he hid their fucking phones in their shoes in the garage. He did everything. He faked everything. You're like, well, you know, we got to approach these things objectively. And you have made the case very effectively that this is a cold-blooded, sociopathic monster. If Wisconsin had the death penalty, he should get it twice. And here he is. Well, I don't know if we should lie. You did not have to him and haw over this. Stop fucking lying.
And of skepticism that we do some of the most important questions in our lives, professionally or personally. And I'll tell you and Mr. Halderson and the community that I've done that. I've thought a great deal, as has Ms. Raymond, as the detectives. Mr. Halderson's being sentenced to life in prison today. This hearing is about whether he's ever going to be granted parole or eligible for parole, excuse me. And that's a challenging decision for everyone to make. And I'll let you know that I have not entered this process in thinking about what the state's recommendation should be, with that being a foregone conclusion. Luckily, the law tells me what I'm supposed to think about when I'm considering what the executive branch of government is going to represent as its opinion in this case. Tells me that I should consider the gravity of the offense, the need to protect the public, and the rehabilitative needs of Mr. Halderson, amongst other factors.
The gravity of the
mitigating
defense
factors
attorney.
and things of that sort. But those are the three that generally are focused upon. They're called the galleon factors here in Wisconsin. That's supposed to guide us in our thought process. And I'll walk through those and my thought process in making my recommendation. I'll start with the rehabilitative needs of Mr. Halderson. I have no idea what they are. Mr. Halderson has an absolute right to not participate in these proceedings, and he is not being sentenced today. And I'm not asking you to sentence him based on his non-participation in either the PSI or at trial. Of course, those are his constitutional rights, or even today. That being said, as Ms. Raymond said, almost always in a sentencing hearing,
And
for
why bring it up?
homicide or even
Exactly.
lesser crimes, we have some understanding as players in the criminal justice system of the underlying causes of someone's problems, the root causes. Frequently, it's substance abuse. Frequently, it's mental illness. Frequently, it's inability to control anger and other behavioral problems that have manifested themselves throughout someone's life. You probably are wondering, and I'll tell you, it's been thoroughly investigated of whether there were any red flags that anyone missed. Was Mr. Halderson engaged in bad behavior as a youth? Was he harming animals? Was he harming people? None of that is true that we can tell. He seemed to be a pretty normal kid with a pretty normal life who did a pretty abnormal thing as he turned 23. You
got to do something big for your 23rd.
And that's a challenge. The reason we focus on that is this idea in the criminal justice system that we can rehabilitate almost everyone. And I'll say, I think that to be true. I really do. The vast majority of people who are charged with this crime of first-degree intentional homicide, as grievous as it might be and as difficult as it might be sometimes for the victims to hear it, they are people who can be rehabilitated, that we can address that root underlying cause of mental illness or substance abuse. And they can emerge from the state prison system, perhaps not a perfect person, but a better person. And society can have some comfort, and we can all go to bed at night and sleep soundly knowing that we've done what we can to try to prevent some future harm from occurring because we've addressed that identifiable problem. You don't have that. And if you don't have that, I'm not sure how much you can consider that factor. And the law is very clear. When you're addressing the galleon factors, you don't have to weigh them up equally. You have to consider them all. But I would pose to the court that that's not a factor that you should ultimately consider a great deal, because I don't know what information the court could rely on in determining that there are some identifiable and fixable rehabilitative needs of Mr. Halderson. Next, the court has to consider the protection of the public. And here's where the court has to probably give a great weight to this factor. Mr. Halderson, by all accounts, chose to commit the crime of first-degree intentional homicide twice on a single day because he was caught lying about where he was.
Nobody likes you when you're 23 and they still complain about your murder spree.
That he was caught. It probably wasn't an experience he was looking forward to in dealing with the repercussions of that. But those kind of inconveniences and uncomfortable situations are constantly present in life. Every one of us in this courtroom have dealt with bad situations in life. Every one of us have left work one day thinking, man, I really don't want to go home tonight because I did something and I'm going to have to talk about it. Every one of us here has probably walked into work one day thinking, boy, I don't really want to walk into my supervisor's office and got to talk about that. Life is full of inconveniences. Life is full of being uncomfortable. The difference between everyone else in this room and Mr. Halderson is all of us have owned up to that. All of us walked into those rooms, walked into our front door. All of us have addressed those situations, whether it be comfortable or uncomfortable, whether it lead to the loss of relationships or
What the fuck situation have you addressed that is at all comparable to this fucking kid? What are you talking about? Even if you ignore the murder and you say, all of us have owned up to those situations, the ones where we lied to everybody that we loved and supported us for years about everything, leeching money out of them, and then got caught and had to own up to it in person. Who did you do that, district attorney? Because if you did, I'm kind of questioning whether or not you should have the job. Maybe we need to relook at that bar evaluation that happens. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's these types of these speeches are bullshit. It's like a high school graduation speech, right? Where some valedictorian who's just a fucking nerd who's been there for 3 years, the same as everyone else, except they're less cool than everybody, gets up and gives an inspiring speech about how they did all the work, you know, how we can all put it together and change the world. It's like, motherfucker, you're 18. No, you haven't done shit in your life. You're just some weirdo who got good grades. Stop acting like you did anything cool. Oh my God.
respect or money. We've all addressed them. You walk in, you take your lumps,
I wasn't anywhere near valedictorian. Fuck school.
you leave. But when faced
High school's 3 years in Minnesota. Detail, it starts in 10th grade.
with, in the grand scheme of things, a minor inconvenience in his life, Mr. Halderson chose to commit the crime of first-degree intentional homicide 2 times.
Was it
And then over
minor?
the course of several days, chose to.
Again, I don't want to keep interrupting this dude, but this does not in any way excuse or explain or anything murder, but I don't think this was a minor inconvenience or setback for him. Like, well, yeah, I've been lying for years to you, mom and dad, forever about everything, taking your money, living off of your good nature and charity. It's just a minor inconvenience. It's not minor. I fucking hate liars. I just hate liars and embellishers. I hate that. And why are you doing that? There's no reason to do this, by the way. The law in Wisconsin is clear. First degree intentional homicide carries a life without the possibility of parole sentence. This involves 2 first degree intentional homicides contemplated and committed consciously by someone who is, by all accounts, sane, has the ability to communicate, to reason, to know right from wrong. He lied to everyone. He knew the lies were wrong, and that's why he did the crime. He knows the crime is wrong, but if he has the capacity to do this to his own parents, he has the capacity to do it to anybody. And the deceptive nature to show that we would never know if he was actually reformed. This is someone who needs to, for the safety of the people of Wisconsin and for the justice demanded by our law, spend the rest of his life in prison. Fuck off with everything else. Like, what else do you need out of that than just that? That's it. That's it. There are no, they've already said there are no mitigating factors. None. Zero. No abuse. No nothing. Nothing to mitigate the crime. So why are we belaboring this? Why are we, well, by all means, it's an inconvenience. It wasn't an inconvenience. It was a product of his own design. He made his bed. That's why it's not a mitigating factor, by the way, is that he made this situation happen. It's his fault. It's his choices that brought this whole thing about. But it's not minor. If it was a minor inconvenience, he wouldn't have lied to everybody about everything. For him, it wasn't minor. Stop lying.
Cut up those people's bodies and spread them around the state. Chose to lie to the police, concoct a bizarre story, lead his family down this road of believing that there was just some hope somewhere out there that Bart and Krista were alive. because he got caught in a minor inconvenience.
Again, if you lied to your parents and extorted money and time out of them for 3 years and got caught, is that a minor inconvenience to anyone? A minor inconvenience is when the credit card machine at the gas pump doesn't work and you have to go inside and talk to Jim or whatever. And he's like, oh, you want a car? Fuck you. Just let me pay for the fucking gas. That's a minor inconvenience. Minor inconvenience is when one store is out of bread, so you have to go to the next store. This is not a minor inconvenience.
I don't know how you protect the public from
No, I won't let him finish the sentence, Mark. Fuck you.
someone like that. I don't know how any of us would have any comfort in thinking that Mr. Halderson would ever be in a better place to make those decisions more wisely. It's even more compounded and perhaps aggravated in the legal sense by the fact that no one saw this coming. He is someone who was able to perhaps have this capability or perhaps have these thoughts in life and insert himself into relationships, social situations, his family, without anyone wondering, is this a safe person to be around? Sometimes in court for homicide sentencings, the guy next to us is a history a mile long of violent crime and is willing to talk about it. And you wonder when people are even around that person. Seems like a dangerous guy. Part of the risk of Chandler is he doesn't look like a dangerous guy. He's packaged up into like a normal middle-class kid and was able to fool everyone. Not only fool everyone about these crazy lies about work and school and activities, but fool everyone into believing that he was a safe person to be around, that he was trustworthy, that he wasn't going to, not exaggerating the facts, shoot you in the back, because that's in fact what happened. Someone in Mr. Halderson's shoes with his mindset can never be safely in this community.
I wouldn't fit in those little bitch shoes.
His willingness to solve the minor inconveniences of life with brutal violence can never be mitigated in our
Minor inconvenience. Yeah, actually, it was really weird. He went to the he went to the grocery store and they were out of milk, so he chopped up the store clerk and ate her in the back room, and then he was on his way home, and he turned left when he should have turned right. And so then it was going to take him an extra 38 seconds to get home. So he pulled over and waited for a car to come up. And then he went and he grabbed the family dog out of that car's window and he chopped its head off and raped the corpse. These minor inconveniences. He's dealing with brutal violence all the time.
community. As long as he breathes, he will be a risk.
If he breathes.
Because he will suffer more minor inconveniences, as will we all. And lastly, the court has to consider the gravity of the offense. Ms. Raymond talked a good deal about that. Part of that is considering the people he hurt. Not only his parents, who by all accounts were loving and caring, but the community, their character as people. Gravity of the offense is sometimes called retribution in some systems, and I'll note that retribution is an appropriate thing to consider in law. At times, it's part of the gravity of the offense. But here, there is no more grave offense. The crime of first-degree intentional homicide is as serious as it gets. Committing it twice is even more serious. And committing it against the people who are you're supposed to love the most.
Guys, if you keep mouthing off in the chat, if I were Chandler Halderson, I would have murdered all of you for the minor inconvenience of having to read your mouthiness. Consider that. That's the exact same as lying to your parents for 3 straight years about your entire life and having it exposed in one giant unraveling where your dad probably expressed gross disappointment.
Is beyond comprehension for many in our community. There's an interesting quote as I prepared for today. I was looking at some cases, just trying to look into the mindset of other judges as they've considered these factors and the concept of punishment in the law. Justice Stewart, a while back in Furman versus Georgia, wrote, "The instinct for retribution is part of the nature of man, and channeling that instinct in the administration of criminal justice serves an important
Which is why we
purpose in
need
promoting
women.
the stability of a society governed by law. There was another case in the late 40s. It was Williams versus New York. Retribution is no longer the dominant objective of criminal law, but it is neither forbidden nor one inconsistent with our respect for the dignity of man. When we talk about the gravity of the offense, it's a consideration. The court gets to decide what that means. But you should consider that in my mind, in my experience as a prosecutor in this county, as a citizen of this state, I've never heard of a crime more serious. I've never heard of a crime more brutal. Mr. Halderson's mere presence in our community.
Ah! Why? Why? Come on. I've heard of a crime more serious and more brutal this month in your state. There's a dude who ran over 5 fucking people at a parade. In your state. There's a bitch who choked a homie out with a prong choke chain while pegging him, then chopped his head off, chopped his dick off, shoved it in the bucket after sucking his dick and pegging his dead corpse, chopped his dick off, disemboweled him, and put his liver and different organs in different bags, chopped his legs up and threw him in a crock pot box, and drove home. This month in your state. Stop it. Stop it. I've never heard of a crime more serious and more brutal than a double homicide. Fuck you.
Community, the fact that he did any of this has ripped apart the fabric of our community. The idea that someone can live amongst us with no warning signs and commit such heinous acts should scare everybody, and it sure as hell scared everybody here. No one who's interacted with Mr. Halderson will ever be the same.
The reason it bothers me is because when you're disingenuous here, where else were you disingenuous? He has no need to be disingenuous. Whatever excuse the defense puts up as to why he doesn't belong in prison forever is going to be, he's young, it's a long time, it's typically someone who's getting a life without the possibility of parole is a much older person, they're in a more violent situation, they have circumstances that show a lower life expectancy, some bullshit like that, right? It's all going to be related to his youth, because there isn't anything else. You don't need this. You don't need to be dishonest and disingenuous. Why are you doing it here? Where else did you do it?
For whatever reason he decided to do it, whatever justification he can come up with in his own mind, whether it be today or down the road in many years.
He was hangry.
Nothing will ever explain it. His actions in July of this year were evil. And for this generation and at this time, Mr. Halderson is the personification of evil in our community. He can work the rest of his life at trying to earn back the respect and trust and love of maybe some of his family, and I hope he does that. But that's a different thing than what's going on here today. Our question is whether Mr. Halderson should ever be released from prison, and if so, when should he have that opportunity to ask? It's my position that he should never be released from prison. That the mere possibility of his return to our community would shock the conscience of almost every citizen of this community.
Shock the conscience.
It would depreciate the seriousness of what he's done. It would cause extreme angst, animosity, probably for many, to even feel that that's a possibility. We don't have a more serious punishment, but sometimes it's appropriate. And in this case, it's the state's position, it is my position, it is my recommendation that Mr. Halderson spend the remainder of his life in prison, that he not be eligible for parole at any point. Again, there's no more serious crime.
You know this guy, right? This prosecutor.
Mr. Halderson has to
Because
come
you
to terms
all
with
had
what
a
he's done,
class with
and I hope
this
he does
guy
something.
where you had to do a speech in your
but that
class.
doesn't mean he should ever be released. And
And it was like the most important and dramatic speech ever about like dryers or something.
Attorney Vera, were any statements being made beyond counsel's regarding the sentencing here on Mr. Halderson's
Be
behalf?
like Alec
No, Your
Baldwin
Honor.
describing making a cup of coffee.
Would you be speaking on this regard?
I will, yes.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Earlier this week, Attorney Doral did file a sentencing memorandum, which we know Your Honor has read and considered. We stand by that submission, and we just have a couple more additions to add right now. We've talked about family and the seriousness of this case and the public. And sentencing is a very intimate matter, especially in a case like this where it is a family situation. I bring that up because at the end of the day, regardless of what happens today in this courtroom, no one is going to be happy. No one is going to run out of this courtroom feeling like justice is served. No one is going to run out of this courtroom feeling good. This family
Wait, what? Okay.
is going to always have this situation, is going to be touched by this situation. And Chandler himself is always going to be touched by this moment, which makes it a very intimate matter. But it also has become a very public affair. Regardless of what you do today, the outside world, the community, the public, however you want to address it, is going to be not happy. There are going to be people that, if you decide to sentence Chandler to life without parole, they're still going to be mad. They're going to ask for Wisconsin to bring the death penalty back and to apply it retroactively to him. And if you sentence him without or with parole, there are people that are going to be mad because it's too lenient. I bring this up because, again, it's what happens here today is not a win-win or a lose-lose situation. It is what it is, and it's difficult. What I do want to focus on today is just what we're asking for, which we are asking for the possibility of parole. And I want to stress that it is a possibility. It is not a guarantee. It is not something that is going to happen. Even
no wonder he asks for new lawyers on his appeal.
if Your Honor says today that there's a possibility that it could happen. According to the statute, 302.114 of the Wisconsin statutes, it's a process. If Your Honor finds him eligible for parole today, he would have to go through this process that can start no earlier than 90 days before the eligibility date. It's a process that would require a petition to the court. It would perhaps be Your Honor or someone else, but it would be a court petition. It would be something.
Judge is like, I better not be on this damn bench in 30 years.
They are allowed to give their 2 cents on whether it should be granted or it should not be granted. Your Honor is allowed to make the decision on its face if it's going to grant parole or not. There's the opportunity for victims and those impacted by this case to give their 2 cents as well. There's an opportunity for a hearing where at that point, Mr. Halderson would have to show that he is worthy of parole. Not only that, but it's not a situation where he can continue to apply and apply. Your Honor, whoever the court is at that time, would have the opportunity to say, you are not allowed to apply anymore. I'm going to give you one more chance. I'm going to give you 2 more chances. It's not something that he would have to continue to ask for year after year after this eligibility date, should Your Honor grant it. So it's not a...
I mean, I think you could appeal a judge declaring that you have no further opportunities to ask for parole. Like if you were granted life with the possibility of parole, and then a judge said, actually, no, you don't get any more chances. I mean, that seems highly appealable and highly prejudicial, unless you did something where you furthered criminal acts while incarcerated or something like that. I don't know.
Process that is a guarantee. It is simply a process that we are asking that you allow for the possibility of that process happening. And I cannot stress that enough. I cannot stress enough how all we are asking for today is for the possibility of this man to show you that he is redeemable. Attorney Brown brought up points about rehabilitation and how and everything that we've seen. And yes, there was a lot of evidence and a lot of discovery in this case. There may not be something to point out right away that is quote unquote a rehabilitative process. There isn't any kind of substance abuse issue, none of that. But to be perfectly fair, and whether you want to call him a kid, a young man, a young adult, Chandler is young. He just turned 24.
Uh-oh.
There are a lot of growing up. There's a lot of adulting that he's going to miss out on, that he's going to have to do in the institution.
There it
That
is.
ultimately is going to affect who he becomes in the future. Most of us get the opportunity to do that around our family, with our community, whatever it is. And he's going to have to do that in custody. But I bring that up because there's certain things about my own childhood, about my own life, that I didn't really understand until I was later in my late 20s. That affected how I was as a person in my early 20s.
Yeah, like, why would kill and eat my parents? There you go. I told you guys, this is what it's going to be based on, because there's nothing in the record.
So it's easy to come up now and say that there's no rehabilitation that's needed here. Well, we just don't know that. So ultimately, it boils down to what Your Honor believes is an appropriate, fair, and just option, given everything, given all the galleon factors that the state has mentioned and that we have mentioned in our sentencing memorandum. And it's a delicate balance. If Your Honor believes that sentencing...
Take a sip of water. If Your Honor believes...
is purely punitive.
Chandler hasn't heard that much smacking since just after his parents died.
Purely an issue of punishment, then the only option is life without parole. But if Your Honor believes that it is a delicate combination of punishment and rehabilitation, redemption, if you will, then there's only one option, and that is the option of life with parole. As far as when that eligibility comes to play, we leave that up to Your Honor. You know the case, you've been here with the trial. That date we leave up to you. But we are asking that you do provide Chandler with the opportunity to show to Your Honor that he is redeemable in the future. And that's all we're asking for today, life with parole. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that
There's going to
in
drink
your
some water.
memorandum, there was an indication once again that Mr. Halderson would not exercise his right to elocute at this hearing. Obviously, just as with trial, it comes up to a decision at the very last minute. I just want to ensure at this moment whether or not Mr. Halderson wishes to make a statement.
And thank you for doing that. That has changed. Mr. Halderson would like to give a statement to Your Honor.
All
You
right.
may remove your mask if you
What's up,
wish.
Chandy?
I believe the conditions in the jail are and very good as far as the pandemic. So if you want to speak.
The judge is out here spreading misinformation. The pandemic in the jail ended the second Ukraine started.
Without your mask, and Attorney Dorrell's comfortable with that, you could.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I would only ask that you read slowly.
Nope. You know what? Burn him at the stake for that mustache. He left this thing. If you're going to have just the mustache, have just the mustache. Don't leave this little thing. Don't do that. Shave all this off. What are you doing? Terrible.
Simply because my court reporter has to take down what you're saying, and sometimes we read faster than we mean to.
Your Honor, I want to take this opportunity to state my intent to appeal my convictions. If there are any lawyers listening and willing to take on my appeal, take a moment to please reach out to me. It's not that I do not have feelings. It's that I was warned to not show them due to the scrutiny of this case. Thank you.
he just look at the expressions on these chicks' faces. Pissed and pisser. It's not that I don't have emotions. It's that I was warned against expressing them due to the scrutiny of this case. You told him not to. Okay. Okay. Look at that. They know they just got tossed into the fucking bus.
Thank you. The court always tends to make a number of observations at sentencing hearings that are contested and which carry a good deal of weight. And I'm not going to depart from that process
Take up the
today.
call. Yeah, right. Your Honor, everything
I
that
first
happened in
think
the
it's
courtroom was
important
bullshit.
to acknowledge that
I legitimately think there are appeal points in this case. One of them being the judge's allowance of witnesses in such a criminal, such a crazy criminal affair to wear masks at the trial. I think that was, to me personally, I think that the masks alone should be a mistrial. Masks on witnesses are bullshit. Now, a lot of courts are doing it. Everybody seems fine with it. I'm not fine with it, but I don't think the appeals court of Wisconsin is going to agree with me on that issue. The real question would be, Chandler, did Kat do it? Did Kat do it? Because if Kat did it, or if Kat helped, and the state used her, and his lawyers didn't go after that, I mean, there'd be some issues there. But I mean, as to the facts of this case, the gathering of evidence seems pretty obvious. So,
trial and the process within this case that brings us here today was the united effort of a number of people. And first and foremost, I want to recognize again the jurors, but not just those 12 people that rendered the verdicts here, but those alternates, those people that responded to the summons, especially given the time of year that this occurred, and the concerns that were rife regarding individual health. We, as by necessity, inconvenienced a number of citizens, and in the end, when I spoke to them, they had no regrets about their service.
no
And that is
regrets.
because they understood that under our system, that is vital. And they understood that they had a duty to perform once selected. So I thank them once again. I want to thank the bailiff staff who, throughout those weeks of trial, worked incredibly well in assisting the parties, the court, the witnesses, and the media. I want to thank the prosecution because I thought that the case that they presented was done efficiently, economically, but most importantly, with due deference to the nature of the evidence and the need to present that evidence in a manner which honored the people who were lost.
Why does everybody in this courtroom sound like they're going to cry? I'll say I agree with the judge here. I think the prosecution presented a clean case up until the very end where they where the chonker prosecutor guy who was just doing the bullshit tried some bullshit on the defense attorney, and I thought that was lame and underhanded and unnecessary. And the judge, that actually right there, that might be an appeal point too. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'd just forgotten that had happened, but where he said that the defense attorney is asking you to lie, and the judge had to come out and whoa, that's not what he actually said, but it was literally what he said, and just like he didn't actually do that. That's where one of those places where you'd hang your hat on that point a lot as well. And then throwing the mask thing is overall prejudice to the defendant throughout the entire case. Hell, blame the media coverage too. That's what I would do if I were appealing it. That was, other than that moment though, the prosecution was very, very decent at presenting their case. They had good questions. They got through things relatively quickly. So yeah, good job, judge, I guess.
We had a number of lay witnesses that came to court to testify. I assume that they all would rather have been somewhere else, but they all came willingly and testified here, and I appreciated their participation and the time that it took for them, again, under the circumstances, both as far as health and the nature of the proceedings and their testimony. Counsel mentioned that this crime caused a rip in our community. If there's one thing that's a positive coming out of this, I think that it is a demonstration to our community of the pride we should feel in our law enforcement, the pride we should feel in how they investigated this case and how they presented the evidence in this case.
This dude
It was-
is
Well, I honestly think it put Dane County on the map through both the Justice Department efforts and the efforts of our local sheriff's department and other law enforcement agencies involved. It was quite incredible.
it's very beautiful. That's why I'm
I
crying.
also want to finally say something about the fact that at every trial, just about, I hear defense attorneys speaking to jurors in voir dire about the fact that the defendant has a right to a trial. The defendant does not have to prove anything. The defendant does not have to testify. Sometimes the counsel will go to the extent of saying, we don't have to do anything. It's the state's burden. It's the state's responsibility to carry the case forward, to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And you should find the defendant not guilty if you believe they failed in that. Attorneys Doral and Vera carried out their constitutional duty in this case efficiently. And I don't want to say too much more because of mention already about questions about the review of what they did in representing Mr. Halderson. But I wouldn't be remiss if I did not say that their actions, and I agree with Mr. Brown in this respect, that their actions at trial advanced Mr. Halderson's constitutional right to require the state to prove its case, and did so in a professional and efficient manner such that I find that they served their role in this process admirably.
That said, get wrecked. Oh, disgusting. I never want to watch someone like shove a bunch of tissue in their nose right after blowing it out.
I'm very passionate about our system.
He was crying. This is why I can't be a judge. Like Kurt
So
says,
let
I
me
have no
move on
emotion.
to the points in this proceeding at which I need to be dispassionate. And I need to be dispassionate because as the person sitting in judgment, I have to try and achieve a proper analysis of the sentencing goals based upon the information and evidence put forward and what the legislature has determined to be the appropriate sentences, at least as far as maximums, mandatory minimums, if any, and here, obviously, as addressed by everyone, the determination of whether there should be any eligibility for parole in the future. Technically extended supervision, but it's easier just to say parole. I've had the benefit of observing everything at the trial, whether it occurred before the jury or not. I've had the benefit of reviewing all the pre-trial submissions by the parties. I've had the benefit of the pre-sentence investigation and the materials submitted by victims, orally by the state in writing, by the defense, and orally here today. And Mr. Halderson
State had
has
oral submission.
exercised
Chandler
his
had oral
constitutional
admissions.
right as well. I don't know the victims. I did not know the victims. I know people like them. I'm privileged to say. And I know and
Privilege.
can understand
Privilege.
the empty space that this crime has left. I can empathize. I can only
We can tell.
partially understand the feelings because I haven't lost people in my family through such a manner or had a violation by a member of the family causing such loss. But everyone in this room has a mother and a father. Everyone has siblings, if they're fortunate, and everyone can understand the loss that the Halderson family, extended as it is, and their friends and this community feel for their loss. It is tragic. It is tragic. It is something which will take decades for some to heal. I hope not that long, but healing may never come for some. One does not know.
Snarkticon, you piece of
And
shit.
I hope that no one is coming here for that healing. This procedure provides closure only of this legal part of the matter. What people can do in their own lives to address their loss is what they must do themselves and amongst others. But I do want you to know that this court honors your loss, honors the people who died, and approaches this
525,600 minutes.
sentencing here, weighing that gravity of that
525,000
offense
moments
as
so
one of those things
dear.
which must be weighed in determining whether or not
Tommy Guns, the
Mr.
jury's
Halderson
long gone.
should ever be eligible for parole. As the life sentences I must impose are predetermined by the legislature. It is true that rehabilitation is a factor that must be considered, and Attorney Brown's point is well noted, that
Nicholas Cruiser, blame
not certain
Snarkticon.
that anyone has identified rehabilitative needs, but those may arise over time, depending upon an individual's receptiveness and willingness to participate in self-examination or diagnosis or other steps which our criminal justice system utilizes to try and determine how to fix something, whether it's a substance abuse issue or an anger issue or something that is only amenable to treatment by medication or intensive therapy. Some people, I believe, can't be fixed. I have no basis to know whether Mr. Halderson fits into any of those categories, other than I think it's fairly clear here that nothing was identified.
Nicholas Cruiser,
in
how do
his
you
23, 24
measure a year?
years of life up
How
to this
about
point,
love?
except for his actions in July. And to an extent, his actions over the year plus leading up to that, where he was deceiving his family and his friends. The gravity of the offense is as serious as it could be, and I must not overlook, of course, the steps taken to hide the crime. The steps taken which, if one ponders it, certainly makes the crime even worse. If you could say that the murder of your parents is something that could be made worse. I've tried, even though I've had to examine carefully the evidence, not to think about it. I've tried not to think about how or what steps were taken or how these things even took place. I don't wish to engage in that speculation at sentencing, but I recognize that the jury found Mr. Halderson guilty of mutilating both bodies, hiding both bodies, and presenting a story to law enforcement to try and lead them
I was
on
going
a
to say eating.
completely
Oh,
different
dang it.
path than what had actually occurred. And that he took steps in those actions which really robbed those people of dignity.
Yeah, that was chopping them up, I
But
guess.
fortunately, their dignity is in whole here in these people that remember them, these people that are here today because of them.
This dude's toast game is weak.
I appreciated learning more about them, and my condolences go to every member of their family. There's no foregone conclusions in sentencing. I've learned that since my time on the bench. I've learned that each case is different. Each case demands an individual examination. And sometimes I will confess I sit down not knowing what I'm going to do or not even certain which direction I'm leading. So I appreciate all of the statements made by counsel here and in writing, recognizing that the determination doesn't come until this point and nothing is foregone as far as a conclusion.
Oh, disgusting.
This is the third
It's probably just got a
individual
pile of
for which I
tissues
had
laying
to
on the
make this
ground.
determination. And similar to ADA Raymond's comments, I've had to sentence a host of other people up to this crime, where you can observe a lot in the background of the individual that you end up wishing hadn't been the case, because they might not have come to the point if they had
Dude,
had
how
a better
gross is it when
foundation.
you like go somewhere and there's a pile of fucking tissues that
It is
someone's
to
just been
Barton
like
Christa's credit to
piling
the
up,
foundation
or like a
Mr.
bag of
Halderson
them. You're like,
enjoyed.
oh,
And it does not
it's worse
explain
than
what
like a
happened
jar
here.
of piss. It's so gross.
And as everyone has discussed, there may be the ability to have rehabilitation throughout some course of time. And that's why the defense requests that that be kept in mind as to the determination of eligibility for parole. But in all honesty, I must say that as a wiser judge indicated to me once, you should sentence people not because of your anger, if indeed you're fearful of them, and not utilize the same standards for both. I cannot conceive of a way to fulfill my duty to protect the public that I serve were I to perceive that at some point in time, an individual who committed these crimes should be released back into that public. I cannot grant to Mr. Halderson the generosity of spirit and empathy that his grandmother has for him. Empathy which his own parents would surely have had, where he just owned up to what he had deceived them about. I cannot say to the community here in this room or at large in this county that Mr. Halderson should have the ability to be reviewed and considered for release back into our community at any
Finish
point,
up.
despite his young age at this point in his life. The gravity of these offenses and the need to protect the public outweigh the potential that there could be that at some future point he should have presence among us. Now, that is not to say that he may not have the possibility of presence as a member of his family in the future. That is up to those folks and he, and that's mentioned in the defense memorandum regarding a hope that someday there might be a reconstruction of a relationship. That's all well and good. I would wish that for anyone, because I don't like telling his grandmother that I'm not able to give her the relief that she's asking for here out of her love for her grandson. I cannot do that. I have to, for this sentence, ensure that the only time Mr. Halderson comes back into the community is to have the privilege of a burial that he denied his parents. And so on counts 1 and 5, per statute, I sentence him to life in prison, and pursuant to section 973.014 sub 1G3, I find that he is not.
What? What fatso screwed up the audio?
Rather superfluous, to say the least, but at the same time, I absolutely acknowledge that we may be in a completely different position here had he committed the acts of homicide, but then stopped and took other steps to accept responsibility and sought forgiveness of everyone. Because what happens with a weapon in a moment of panic is different than what happened over those 48 to 72 hours. The events of which I don't wish to think of or consider once again, having listened to the evidence and observed the testimony and the physical evidence. So to make this quite simple, I will impose maximum terms concurrent to each other and concurrent to counts 1 and 5 on each of the other counts within the information of which the verdict
Oof.
convicted Mr. Halderson. I do believe that by imposing the maximum, I'm recognizing the severity of those individual acts, but there is a life sentence here, so making them consecutive does not undermine the gravity of that, given the maximum penalty involved. I determined, by my calculation, 253 days of credit that the judgment of conviction would reflect from July 8th, 2021 until yesterday's date. And I will waive the court cost assessments and surcharges on each count based upon indigence, the balance on each of the victim witness
He
fee
never
to be
did have
payable,
any money.
during the course of his confinement. Is there any restitution being sought?
No, Your Honor.
Then I will enter no order for, or an order for zero restitution at this time.
If
I
he
don't
could
have to
give back
address
his
conditions of
mom's
extended
body, that'd be
supervision,
nice.
Except
Could
to
you
the
do
point
that
that
for
there's an
restitution?
extended supervision component of the sentences on the other counts. So I would adopt the recommendations of the department on page 24 of the pre-sentence as to those. Although I recognize that extended supervision is denied under this sentence, so that point is moot. Attorney Brown or Raymond, did I overlook anything in passing judgment?
No.
Attorney Vera or Doral, did I overlook anything other than addressing post-conviction?
No.
Mr. Halderson, you have the absolute right to seek an appeal. You have 20 days within which to start that process. That's through filing a notice of intent. I believe that we have on file the notice that you understand and have been given notice of that right, and most importantly, of that deadline. Your signature's on that document. That'll be placed within the file here. I thank everyone for being here today. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Okay. There we go. And he had a follow-up statement.
No, I would just like to say to Your Honor that I am not suicidal. That's what I would like to say. I am not suicidal. Okay? I am not suicidal. I am innocent, and I am not suicidal. If I did this, then it means that I stuck my fist in the fears of Black Americans in this country for over 400 years and the fears of the LGBTQ community. Your Honor, I respect you and I respect the jury, but I did not do this. And I am not suicidal. And if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself. And you must all know that. I respect you, Your Honor. I respect your decision. Jail time. I am not suicidal.
Not suicidal. I'm not suicidal. I am not suicidal. Real quick, there seems to be some confusion in the chat. I don't talk about super chats very often. I don't ask for them. I don't ask people to donate. I of course appreciate all of them, and I try to read all of them. But a couple years ago, back when, let's see, this would have been 2018, when my streams started to get big, what I noticed was, as I was trying to read the super chats as they come in, all of them as they came in, it was literally impossible to get through any sort of subject. There wasn't an effective way to handle and manage them. And what would happen was I would go to the end of the night and I would read super chats for an hour and a half to 2 hours, just reading tons of $2 to $5 super chats, which was awesome. But it was really, really tough because it was either interrupt the flow of the show every minute or read them all at the end. And I got a lot of complaints about people or from people about like how it was really hard to have anything happen. It would break up the show too much. And if I had a guest on, nothing would ever come through because it was, it was either breaking up, interrupting, or people's questions never got addressed. So I said a long time ago, here's what I'll do. I will say $20 super chats I'll read first. And then I'll read the rest of them at the end. And that way, if people really wanted to, they could donate the $20 to get something read sooner rather than later if they wanted to. And then the other ones I would still appreciate, but I would also, hopefully people would recognize that their chats were not going to get read till later, typically speaking. And so, if they didn't like that, they just wouldn't do it. They didn't have an expectation. And found that makes the flow of the stream about a trillion% better. And at that time, my live streams were about a third the size they are now. And I think it was the right decision. So if you do not like that arrangement that I have done every day for the past 3 years now, I'm sorry. But I never once asked you to donate. I don't sit here and say, you really need to support the show. Oh my gosh, I need you to help me out. I need this. I don't do that. I wouldn't ask a single person to donate anything ever at all. And when people don't donate as much, I don't complain about it because it doesn't matter. I'm not doing this show to beg people for money. I do the show because I like it. And the fact that people donate helps me do more shows, which is awesome. And I appreciate that very much. But if you want your chat read and you don't want to spend $20 and you don't want to wait till the end, please don't send it. There you go. That's it. It's literally been this way for 3 straight years. But I will read it. I will read it at the end. And I'll still read yours, Michael. It's okay. I appreciate it too, even if you're mad. Okay, Aiden. And I was waiting because I have some that are ready to be read right now. But I was waiting because I thought the judge was going to fucking finish up. And he just kept going. Oh my God. Aiden Bergen says, Nick, last night was great, but I dislike being Irish sometimes. Really now says that lady's suit is screaming more than Jussie at his hearing. Damn. Jeff K says his next meal was always the parents. Spectral Citizen unbreaded. Janito 799 says Ricada is privileged of Joe's love. Gunblade Knight says name your cliche. Mother held him too much or not enough. Last picked at kickball. Late night sneaky uncle. Whatever. Now he's so angry. Moments of levity actually cause him pain. Gives him headaches. Con Air. That's a quote from Con Air. Hipoopy says cut off the dog's head and rape the corpse. Are you commenting on the hearing or telling the aristocrats? Yes. Girl and Stuff says, I like you, platonically, of course. So I just bought tickets for me and my sisters/niece. I better have a good time or else. Anyway, love your content. I've learned a lot from it. I'm usually a lurker and not a chatter, except for the occasional hi. Oh, sweet. I assume you're talking about Anime Matsuri. Please come introduce yourself, say hi, hang out, and it's going to be a fun show. Hipoopy says Chandler doesn't want parents with good taste. He wants parents that taste good, perhaps smothered in barbecue sauce rather than with a shot, though. Irie says, Nick, you are a great man. That is all. Well, I may disagree, but thank you for the sentiment. I appreciate that. The Squid says, worst crime this prosecutor's ever heard of. Meanwhile, the cartels will cut out your lungs and keep you alive with adrenaline and eat them in front of you if you don't watch them behead your father. The Squid also says, I would like to congratulate Cannabro Halderson for taking the art of cucking yourself to a more extreme level than that of Jack Murphy. He now gets to watch his cellmate Tyrone get conjugal visits from his girlfriend. Oh, damn. And Daniel says, smash the like button. So thank you. Thank you. I will read this one from Michael Sarah because it's funny. My bills are coming due along with WWE champions. I'm going to need you guys to help out. Haven't done a vest in a while. And it's getting a little mothy, if you know what I mean. So we're going to have to have you step it up, because if you don't step it up, I'm going to have to find something else to do. So there you go. Okay. So, let's see. What do we got next? We've got some chats over on Odyssey and Rumble. Odyssey, Malik Foxton says, this stream is so full of revelations it belongs in the Bible in that unbreaded manifesto. El Gonzo says, my cousin broke his knee. Can I get a shot for his recovery? Also, do you know any good knee growers? I do not. And he also says, come on, Nikki, be honest. You don't know a lick of Korean. Well, no, I took Taekwondo and we had to learn some basic Korean words. And I just like, 감사합니다 was like, thank you or please or something. I don't remember. Elgonzo says, if anyone ever feels like a piece of shit, remember Chandler killed, dismembered his parents, and scattered their remains across the state. Probably had a taste too, but that's besides the point. He also says, I disagree, Nikki. How could Chandler cut up his parents if his dad didn't have all those tools lying around? He couldn't do that if they were poor. They were asking for it, in my opinion. Racist shit is still racist shit, though. Malik Fox says, I'm loving the vigor jokes, folks, but y'all need to touch grace. Oh, Zalcor 67 says, Jussie walks while unbreaded is still shackled. This makes me angry. Jay Winkler, for just $20, you can help get a bottle of Pappy Van Winkle for a lawyer in need. These poor lawyers don't want to go through their days sober. Please help. For just $20 a month, you too can contribute to that old Van Winkle reserve. Zalcor says, level up vigor. You stop it. You stop it. You know who should have leveled up vigor? Bart Halderson. Bart Halderson. Yeah, I'll say it. I know none of you will. But if you leveled up vigor, wouldn't have gotten two-shotted. AWAP says, my girlfriend leaves her snot rags in her car door. That is, it's so fucking gross. It's so gross. Emorsk says, just because. Let's see. Okay, next we've got Ponton21 says, hey, Nick, did you ever find my $21 super chat from the stream the other night when you discussed the SCOTUS nominee? Important info I wanted you in the chat to know on the topic. I did not. Let me see. I can find it over here. Let's see. There it is. Okay, here we go. This is from Ponton. Paige Herwig, Biden's judicial nominee person, and Jen Psaki both came from leftist activist Soros-funded organization Demand Justice. No, I read this one. I read this one on the stream on Wednesday. This is a stream with Barnes and Runkle and Legal Mindset. I read this one on stream. You must have missed it. Sorry. But yeah, I'll read it again. Paige Herwig, Biden's judicial nominee person, and Jen Psaki both came from leftist activist Soros-funded org Demand Justice. They are the ones who ran the justice off and the ones funding Kinjani for SCOTUS. She's bad fucking news. But yes, thank you, Ponton. But yeah, I did end up reading that that night. Now that I read it again. Okay. Yeah, not one of us. I'm in contact with FaZe. We just have to set up time to actually talk, which they want to talk over Discord. I hate Discord. I hate how it works, but yeah, just got to schedule it. The Wolf of Fenris says, sucky, sucky. Kyan Rennell, a toast to my friends Bart and Krista. My heart and soul are now in pieces and I will never be whole again. Oh, God damn it. Okay. So we've got Daily Unbreaded, and we've got a little bit of women's sports to talk about. Let's do Unbreaded first. The women's sports topic won't be very long, just like their distance running records. And that will be, and then we'll wrap up the show after that. So here we go. Unbreaded! All right, here we are. Random number generator. $350 52. 352. Let me get this manifesto pulled up. $352. Oh boy. It's all. How do you read these? Like, what do you do? What's it gonna be? What's the reading style gonna be every night? These are the decisions. These are the hard decisions I have to make as a professional streamer. I have to make these on the fly. This is all random. I don't know. I can't know what the outcome's gonna be. So I have to decide on the fly how to do it. This is a dense one. The room as in Binger, they were scared of you. Exactly. That's why they sold you away. That's what made you special everywhere on the planet. Fear. That's what you need to get back. Fear. Because you was a Binger. The wisdom in Michael Jackson's was fear triumphs all. Fear triumphs all. Fear triumphs all. And fear triumphs all. My Binger's fear triumphs all. Fear triumphs all. Fear triumphs all. Bingers. Just by being feared, Bingers already won. And the problem is Bingers gave that up. And the problem is Bingers quit. Bingers stopped being the devil and became the candy boy, the pretty swag, the hashtag fag. Bingers stopped being the dominant force on this planet. Africans can't stand next to a Binger same with the Indians same with the blinks. Don't let them stand in a Binger's space. You should have been poisoning them the whole time. Delete an app. Bingers know how to create weapons. Bingers know how to poison them. Binger know how to carry out this genocide. Bingers know. Bingers, you already know how to do it. Murder at every level. Theorem. They hide racism directly in math. There is nothing pure as the racism goes to all their thoughts. That is their greatest blind spot and the Binger's most perfect advantage. What does it mean when a white woman says she likes kike? What's kike? That broke me. That broke me. That means she likes for the Binger to be controlled by Jews. Oh, it was bikes. She likes for Bingers to be held at a checkmate to sterilize Bingers. The idea of a Binger's flavor in a sterilized, watered down form. So Bingers right now are, some might call it a bluff, not a gridlock or a stalemate, but Bingers are held in a very unacceptable way, very unacceptable place. Bingers are held in a way that doesn't allow them to be. It deactivates Bingers and makes them feel hostage to whites and Jews. Bingers can't be right now. Bingers can't feel themselves and Bingers can't move anywhere right now until the cleavage of the Jew breaks. Something has to break and it won't be Bingers. Bingers no longer have authentic space for a Binger's expression. So where does a Binger move from there? Terrorism. There's nowhere for Bingers to be felt. The only place to move is violence, because crying and outcry doesn't work. Speaking to them doesn't work. That's why this is only to you Bingers. They are polluting and imitating us. They try to imitate us to death. Jews, bikes, blinks, mongoloids, everyone has infiltrated our voice, our soul, our expression, our being. There's nowhere for Bingers to be felt and expressed. No avenues for Bingers alone. Bingers who had it used to be felt. You ever notice Michael Jackson was a skinny motherfucker, but he wasn't no faggot? You can't be a faggot and marry Elvis's daughter. He stole from Bingers and Michael Jackson put his daughters in her place. He said, you ain't really shit. I still fucked your daughter. Bingers kind of went to sleep with that. Yes, we can shit. Taking money from Jewish banks and buying them out in return. Why the fuck you think a bunch of bikes want to see a yes, we can Jewbama? How the fuck they benefit? Why the banks and the Wall Street paying for this Jewbama to be president? He probably couldn't be the next Malcolm and take us further. probably could have taken us anywhere, and he ain't take us to shit. He took us to a photo op. Shut the fuck up. The fuck do you know? This motherfucker looks nice on paper, cosmopolitan. He looked good as a picture. And by that, I mean the story, the narrative. And then he became president on paper. And everything looked nice on paper, and it looks nice written down until you look at Binger's lives. Bingers ain't winning as Bingers. Bingers only winning as then. Bingers ain't winning unless they winning as Bingers. Fuck you ain't shit. If other people are stealing a Binger's vibe and energy, then we lost. If likes is acting like Bingers, the end. If crackers and blinks, fuck you ain't shit, you fucking midget blood cancer. They all copy us. It ain't flattering. That's why this message ain't for them until we rip the shit out of them. That was it.
Unbread!
Chewbama got wrecked. Chewbama got wrecked. How much blood cancer is this man worried about? How much blood cancer was this man worried about? Woo. Damn. I like his Michael Jackson panel there about Elvis's daughter. Woo. Woo. Okay. So that was unbreaded. Let's see. What do we got here? So people started sending me World Star videos. I got one we got to watch. This is just a very brief interlude before the women's sports. Wait, what? Okay, sorry. Hold on. All right, here we go. Oh, shit. I don't know if I have audio on. I might have turned it off. Here we go. Whoa. Oh! Get wrecked! He was fucking power bombing your boy. This man got ruined. Call a fucking Hearst.
What?
I mean, holy shit. Hold on. We gotta watch this. He tries to send him straight back to fucking China. What the bag do to you? Ugh. Never fuck around when you don't have pads. You got thrown into a concrete goddamn floor. What were you doing? Over what? Some tacos? Some tacos? This is what Drex and I have talked about. So Branka and I have talked about. So any number of other lawyers and I have talked about. You got to make choices in your life. And one of those choices today has your teeth permanently embedded in the cement floor at a Taco Bell. And the other choice is you don't get indigestion later. That's the two options that you had. Damn. Sorry, I saw that. It made me happy. I love watching people get wrecked. Whoa. Wrong window there. Okay. This women's sports thing was on Twitter, so I got to pull it up. Okay. Okay, so there are two questionable Tim Pool tweets here. Tim Pool has been going off. He's been on a tear. This isn't women in sports anyway, unless you consider Tim Pool going to a diner a sport. Have you guys seen this Tim Pool thing on the diner? Mandy Karavich says rock bottom King. Oh my God, he's done for. Somebody stop the match. This is madness, King. This again, Tim has a take on the women in sports issue. Everybody has a take on the women's in sports issue, but I saw this too today and I was like, and he's been responding to this quite a bit. So he says, I went to a diner with my girlfriend and was told it was a 20-minute wait. After only a few minutes, a couple walked in and was seated right away. I complained and left right away. I don't tolerate bullshit, and I don't tolerate people who think I should care when they do. Oh, okay. all right. I guess. And then he says, I worked for a major corporate news outlet and was paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. When they told me to get woke, I said no and tried to break my contract. I don't tolerate BS. If you do, by all means do you, but don't come to my sad because you won't stand up for yourself. I agree. I'm often arrogant and condescending. I'm a disagreeable person, overconfident, and I troll people on Twitter for fun. But it's as they say, well-behaved women seldom make history. Wait, I'm not really sure what just happened in this thread. Like, I do not get any of this. I don't speak whatever language Tim Pool is speaking here. He is spitting some color of fire that my eyes cannot recognize. I don't know what that is. Some people are saying he was trolling, which maybe he is. If this is a reference, I literally don't get it. But is that a copy pasta? So let's see. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. Here we go. Here's his take and on this. And it's an interesting take. So here we go. Here's from Tim Swain. And Tim Pool responds to this. So first, Tim Swain's quote says, meet Emma Wayant. She swims for the University of Virginia and represented the USA at the Tokyo Olympics. She finished in second place to a male in the women's 500 at the national championships. She's the true champion to all of us. All right. And we're, of course, talking about beautiful woman, Leah Thompson. I think not Leah Thompson, Leah Thomas. What is it? Swimmer. Leah Thomas. Leah Thompson was a hot chick in movies. Leah Thomas is this beautiful, stunning female physique. Absolutely stunning female form of Leah Thomas. Just look at the supple lines of that. Let's just look at the beautiful nubile frame. This is what peak female performance looks like, ladies and gentlemen. This is the number one college female swimmer right now. Right here, right here, right now. So that's Leah Thomas here. We got another picture here that we can, whoops. Just so you can see, because the goggles make it a little harder. Leah Thomas without the goggles right there, ladies and gentlemen and Thomases. There you go. It's a little less of a disturbing picture. So yeah, okay. So that is who beat this girl. Nobody could have ever predicted that this person would swim faster than this person. That's unfathomable. But here we go. So Tim Pool says she did not win. She lost. She deserves to have lost. I'm tired of people capitulating to the machine and then crying about it in private. So what he's talking about here is that I believe he's saying basically since she competed in the first place, she deserves to lose. And I think there's merit to that argument. These women going to ever stop what they're doing? But I'm not sure if that's a complete argument. So rather than just pick on Tim Pool's tweet, let's go to someone else that I like. Just a minute. Where is it? Here we go. This is from someone I like, just had on the show. And it's a comment in a similar vein, a little bit different take. Eric July, I'm not going to have exert more energy to protect women's sports than the women competing against Leah Thomas. They'd rather say nothing or remain in secrecy. That's because they think being called a transphobe is worse than their sport being ruined. And the whole afraid to lose scholarships or they being too young is nonsense. If you sent Ben Shapiro to speak at their campus, I'm sure you'd have many of these brainlet leftists, including athletes, screaming and shouting their opinions with no fear of consequence. And here's his video about it. Leah Thomas dominates the NCAA and becomes Division I champion. This is a problem, but leftist white women have championed this shit. And now that it's erasing them, they're too scared to speak out. They get what they deserve. The full clip is now live on YouTube. So there's a take, again, very similar to Tim's. And I don't know if I'm fully on board with it. Because one of the things I talk about is the practical reality of all of this stuff. And it's always easy to say that someone should do something when it's not you doing it. And again, I like Tim Pool just fine. Like Eric July. I'm not out here to like dump on their opinions because I think their opinion's valid. I think there's two sides to the coin. I'm just saying for me, I have a hard time going, okay, you worked your entire life in a sport, training to be the literal best in the competition that you've been training for. And then some weirdo comes in with a biological super advantage over you to absolutely devastate your sport. There's literally nothing you can do about it. However, your entire life has been about this and your time window is minimal. Do you quit? I don't know if many of us could say what it's like to be a top level D1 athlete competing. I know I can't. Just look at me. But do you quit because one person changed the rules in protest? Is that what you do? I don't know. I don't know the answer. But I can't imagine. I can't imagine it's an easy choice to have spent 23 years of your life practicing. To at the last minute go, well, fuck it. I'll just go into humanities then, or whatever. What do we want them to do? What do we want them to do at that point? And I don't know. So again, this is not an indictment or condemnation of someone else's opinion. Just exploring through the idea. It's food for thought. What do we expect these people to do in these situations? And I've talked about this. The protest culture in America is one that is divorced of risk. They think that just because they protest, they should get what they want without the sacrifice. And I disagree with that. My question is, should they protest at all? Or should they just try and strive on? But what measure of protest is appropriate? That's the other question, right? Like, what if some of these girls are out there, and I have no idea, but hypothetically, there's some female swimmers out there saying, hey, we're against this. We're against this. But do they then have to stop competing? Is the risk of saying we're against this enough? Should they be showing, like, should the best stay competing to show that it's completely unfair? It's completely ridiculous to expect women to compete against men who are who again, I can't swim fast at all. I'm not out here setting any fucking records. Barely make it across a pool. I can swim enough to live, which is good enough for me. But they're swimming against biologically superior people with a comparable amount of training. And that's the difference. And the comparable amount of passion for the activity. There's just no way that you will not overcome it. You can't. They literally cannot overcome the biological difference. There's no way to do it. If Usain Bolt wanted to slap on a pair of tits and chop his dick off, there is no woman, well, during his prime specifically, there's no woman on earth who would ever come close, ever, to running the same time as him. It would not happen. It would never, ever occur. If Kobe Bryant shaved his beard and transplanted it down to a 70s era bush and covered up his dick and went into the WNBA, he would dunk all over these bitches. There wouldn't be a chance. They wouldn't have a shot at stopping him in the paint. It would be impossible. No matter how big of a huge chick you've got, no matter how many Grinders or whatever the fuck their names are, you put 3 women on him and he would just dunk right over all 3 of them, and his still intact nuts would be right in their face as he's jumping literally over them. It would be impossible for them to stop him. Oh, not Kobe Bryant. I meant fucking what's his name? Yeah, Kobe Bryant had shit airtime. Who's LeBron James? God, that's who I'm thinking of. LeBron James. If LeBron James, they would have no chance. Zero. What's the goal? Now, should we allow intergender sports? Absolutely. It's funny. Yeah, Jay Gray, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's what should we do? What should women do? I don't know, but what I do know is this is a thread of absolute lunacy, and I love it. Because this is what we need more of, right? Rather than address these questions on what should be done, address the factual biological realities that exist, let's pretend that reality isn't real, and we're going to make a Twitter thread to solve the fucking problem. Dr. Sherry Becker, assistant professor, views my own, and she, her. Oh boy. Oh boy. Cannot wait to see what her very, very perfect opinion is. Let's see. What is she? A University of Bath. She was born in South Africa, grew up in Botswana, completed her PhD in Australia. She is, let's see, and now calls Bath of the United Kingdom her home. She is committed to research that is social justice oriented in the public health area of sports injury prevention and safety promotion. She has a special interest in sex and gender and uses qualitative methods. This underpins her work as an assistant professor lecturer in injury prevention and safety promotion in the Department of Health at the University of Bath. Okay. All right. Now that you know what she does, let's see her opinion. I have been hearing more frequently the narrative that women's sports apparently exists as a protected category so that women can win, because on this account, without it, no woman will ever win again. This is not the reason why women's sports exist as a category. Yes, it is. Yes, it absolutely is. And B, it is not true that women will never win again. This narrative is profoundly paternalistic and keeps women small. Please, more of this then. Keep women small. Keep women small. Look, Judge, I respect you. I understand you. Jail time. But keep women small. You need to know that. If I did this, I would be shoving my fist in the face of every good American man. And I did not do this. Keep women small. Okay. Let's unpack this a little. Women's sports exist as a category because the dominance of men athletes was threatened by women competing. There we go. Finally, someone said it. This is why men's sports are separated from women's sports. It's because the women were just so good. They were so good that the men they were losing everywhere, left and right. We see this over and over again in the history of sport. Exhibit A1, figure skating, 1902. Madge Sayers enters the world champs and comes second. No rule preventing her, though no woman has ever entered before. 1903, women banned from world champs. 1905, segregated women's category. Exhibit A2, skeet shooting. So we've gone from A1, 1902, to Exhibit A2, completely different sport, completely different physical attributes, completely different literally everything, and also 90 years. Barcelona. Zhang Shang wins the gold medal. The event had always been an open event, no gendered categories. 1996, Atlanta. Women banned from shooting. 2000, Sydney. Segregated women's category. Fewer targets for women. Segregated women. Exhibit A3, football. That time-honored women's sport of football. 1920. Of course, she's talking about soccer. This is the UK after all. Women's football thriving in the UK with 53,000 strong crowds. The men had been off fighting in World War I. Well, gee, yes. Listen here, lady. When the hockey players went on strike and they promoted the lacrosse players up to hockey status, a whole fucking lot of people went to lacrosse games. And then the hockey players came back and nobody ever heard of lacrosse ever again. It's not the women there that were driving the ticket sales. It was the fact that there was a sporting event that existed. 1921, FA, well, so the Football Association, bans women's football. Men had returned from World War I. 1971, 50 years later, the ban is lifted and women's football is still recovering. They were definitely threatening male competition here. This doesn't even talk about her original point. Fucking terrible. More examples exist. Like I've given 3, but the pattern is clear. Where women were included or simply included themselves, it was only when they started threatening men's dominance and entitlement that we were segregated into a separate category. There's another possible explanation for this, Dr. Sherry. That possible explanation is simply that women's interest became apparent enough that they created a separate category for women to compete, to foster and encourage women's participation in the sport, rather than have like 3 outliers vying for the 4th, 5th, 30th place spots in the men's competition. That's a simple answer, by the way. But here we go. It is why we still see sport and women's sport. Eyes. Women's inclusion was on the terms of those in power. They didn't want women taking opportunities away from men, so they segregated women. It was never about a benevolent, still sexist, aim of supposedly giving women a chance to win. It was about control. And the narrative B, about women being inherently physically inferior to men, concocted as a reason to segregate us without threatening masculinity, which, of course, this is shown by all of the records of women physically dominating the males, in world record categories and everything else. Because like women shoot better on golf. Women run faster. They jump farther. They jump higher. They throw the discus farther, the javelin, everything they do. It's all farther. I mean, when you do comparisons between the two, the women consistently blow out the men. It's just that they're not competing with the men is why they're not beating the men. That's what's going on. There are once again actually greater fears here that women may start to challenge men's dominance more broadly. Indeed, we are already starting to see this. Exhibit 1, ultra endurance racing. Yes, women really are better endurance athletes than men. Good. Like, why is this? How is this threatening men? I'm kind of curious about this. The longer we race, the stronger we get. 106-mile course through the French, Swiss, and Italian Alps. More than 33,000 feet, blah, blah, blah. So Rory, in August 2013, Rory Bozio took off from the starting line without grand expectations, having never won a major event. She trailed well behind the leaders for the first 6 hours. As the race stretched in the evening and most competitors slowed, she held her pace. When the lanky, brown-haired American runner in pink shoes and a blue running skirt crossed the finish line, 22 hours, 37 minutes, she destroyed the women's record by 2.5 hours. She took 7th place overall. The fuck? Fucking hell. It wasn't the first time a woman broke through at a major endurance competition. In the early aughts, Pam Reed won consecutive 135-mile Badwater ultra marathons. Back then, her victories were considered anomalous, especially since the next fastest women were more than 7 hours behind her. So here, why didn't you focus on the story of the person who won? Bozio's Mont Blanc race, however, is just one of a recent string of noteworthy female performances. A year earlier, obstacle racer Amelia Boone took 2nd overall at the world's toughest mudder, a 24-hour championship race during which she covered 90 miles. She finished full 10 miles ahead of the 3rd-place finisher, also a woman. Last summer, Lael Wilcox became the first woman to win the Trans Am 4,300-mile unsupported cycling sufferfest. From Oregon to Virginia, she completed the route in just over 18 days after passing Greek rider Stefan Streich in the middle of the final night. When she caught him, Streich proposed that they ride together to the finish. Her response, "No way, it's a race." In one weekend this past December, women runners took 5 outright victories in ultramarathons across the country. So there you go. To be clear, female victories in mixed gender events remain rare. In the top marathon, top women finishers are about 15 minutes slower than the top men. But the growing number of standout performances by women in ultra-distance events has athletes, coaches, and researchers believing that women may still be far from achieving their full potential as athletes. Okay, good. So what they're saying here is that this is what's amazing. First of all, this headline is not currently correct. Like, this headline is an actual lie. It says in the article that they may reach their potential and become better. They may. There are a couple victories, and they're saying that this is evidence that they are better. But let's take the premise. Women are better endurance athletes than men. Good. Okay. Women do balance beam in gymnastics and men don't, because they'd like crack their dick if they fell. They don't want to do that. This isn't there are different sports that men are good at, and there are different things that women are good at. That's an acceptance of the reality that exists and why gender segregation makes those competitions more fair. If there is a biological advantage for women being better endurance athletes, then they should still segregate the sport, in my opinion. Because it would be silly to compete against someone you'll never, ever win against. That seems dumb to me. Like, you should measure in your own category. Unless you want to have the mingle, like there should be an option to do intragender, sure, whatever. Like UFC is specifically. So here we go. Exhibit B2, surfing. This woman surfed the biggest wave of the year. Okay. So women are better surfers because this woman surfed the biggest wave of the year. The ban on men peacemaking for women. Women who run marathons alongside men no longer allowed to what? Oh, this is from Jezebel.com. You can almost guarantee that this is complete fiction. Let's see. Oh, pacemakers. She wrote peacemakers. Pacemakers. Gotcha. Okay. Oh no, she wrote pacemaking. I misread it. My bad. Sorry to badmouth you. Exhibit B4, shooting again. Fascinating article here for how it tries to explain why women are winning. 10 meter air rifle, the Olympic sport where women outgun men. Why is this a problem though? I'm just trying to figure this out. There are some really lovely real life examples in research studies that show that the more men participate against women, the more they come to accept that women can be good athletes. Wait, do people think that women can't be good athletes? Is that, like, outside of trolling and memes, I've never heard anybody say that. Like, outside of jokes, I've never heard anyone suggest that women can't be good athletes. Just that they will not be able to compete in certain physical events at the same level as men due to a biological difference that is reality. Inclusion is not only the right thing to do, but it also makes us all better. No, running against male sprinters will not make a woman sprinter faster. This is why I will always fight for the inclusion of trans women in women's sports. Just as cis women are kept small, so too are trans women kept small. This bitch is not small. That's a... God damn it.
That's a huge bitch.
That is not a small... What are you talking about? The idea that women and girls have an advantage because they are trans ignores the actual conditions of their lives.
That's a huge bitch.
Hello, fellow women. Don't ignore the condition of my life when I'm fucking leaving you minutes behind in the pool. when I'm making a literal mockery of your life's work. Don't ignore the condition of my life as the top D1 athlete in the fucking country. My life is so bad. You're ignoring the condition of Leah Thomas's life, where she went from a mediocre, middling, unappreciated nobody man into the D1 champion woman, getting laud and adulations thrown upon her at every fucking possible chance for a headline. Her life sucks real bad right now. Our liberation and excellence is bound up together. Oh, God. From the ACLU.org, 4 myths about trans athletes debunk. Sport isn't inherently gendered. We manufacture strict binary gender differences, and then we naturalize them. Sport isn't inherently gendered, but the ability to compete at certain levels in sports is. Men jump higher. It's not even close. Understanding and interrogating this helps us to understand the panic and fear mongering about women's sports right now and where we might go next. Be mad at women. Be mad at women. I'll end with this paragraph on women's sport as a radically inclusive space. No, that's okay. It is possible to have a different conversation here. Gender expansiveness gives us all permission to break free from and take up space beyond societal norms. And I'm very much here for that. Onward. Oh, shit. This guy just drops one thing. 16-year-old boys versus female Olympic swimmers. Oh, my goodness. I fucking hate zooming on Twitter. Hold on. None of the women's finals performances met the qualifying time to enter the boys' competition. The top women's time set a new Olympic record. None of the women's finals performances met the qualifying time to enter the boys' competition. 16 high school boys versus Olympic women's finalists. The top women's time set a new women's record. However, 3 boys aged 18, 16, 16 were able to top it. So this is the biggest one in the 400 meter freestyle. A female swimmer got 4th. I mean, why are we forced to pretend that this isn't real, that reality doesn't exist? Why are we forced to pretend that it's not? This is hilarious. This woman was a professional fighter. Wait, she might not have been the professional fighter, and this is some weird, like, Polish YouTuber. Poland is great because Poland has intragendered MMA. Although this is actually kind of like 2 women fighting. I mean, when you really get down to it. Oh. Oh, come on. You can do it. You can do it. What are you doing? This is a guy with 0 ground game, 0 fighting skills at all. Absolutely destroying this poor lady. She doesn't have a chance. And this guy is a scrub. An absolute scrub. Okay. Oh. Oh my gosh. I saw something from Cynthia. I want to read it real quick. Because whenever I agree with Cynthia, we need to make sure and check on that. Where was she? Cynthia says, "Oh my God, we agree. I have 2 D1 athletes on my hands. One is being recruited now. They hate this shit. So much training and work. Special Olympics has a place. Make one for transsexuals." Whoa! That's the most based and red-pilled thing I've ever heard come out of you, Cynthia. Holy shit. Oh, God damn. uh, Daniel says it's still early. Let's have a shot. Cheers. Just a second, Daniel. I'll pour another glass against my better judgment. This is probably my last one, though. Oh, for everybody wondering, there will be a Twitch stream tonight. It'll go for a while. I have to. My son has a speech meet again tomorrow, which means I have to basically stay up and drive him in. Also, why this is the last one. Because by the time his speech meet rolls around, should be well processed out. Okay. That's right. Oh, Daniel says it's still early. Let's have a shot. Wow. Tara Rayner says your favorite Canadian is back and you are super happy about it too. At 23, if you can't advocate for yourself and what you spent a lifetime working towards, and I agree with others, that doesn't mean I wouldn't speak out also. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you have to speak out. They have to raise their voices about it. And they will be ostracized. They'll be called evil and they'll be called awful. Good. Welcome to the party, pal. Welcome to the party. Why are all your Twitch videos on demand muted? Something Twitch is doing to Elden Ring for me. I don't know. I don't get any notifications or messages from Twitch. I checked the copyright section. There's nothing. I don't know. I could not tell you. There's no reason they should be muted. Let's see. Yeah, alt lag. Wishes you could post a link in the chat because it's an article about the U.S. women's national soccer team losing to the 15-year-old boys team. Yep, that was a couple years ago, and it wasn't even. I mean, it was like 5-3 or something, which in soccer is an absolute demolishing blowout. Absolutely destroyed them. And hey, again, I'll credit the women as an adult in an adult male league. My indoor male soccer team, we had to play against a 15-year-old boys high school team, and it was fucking rough. They're fast and they don't get tired. And at the time I would have been about 28, maybe 27, 28. And even then, I mean, 15-year-olds are they can just run forever. Oh my God. Terrible. The problem that they had, of course, is that we all outweighed them by 50 pounds. I mean, so eventually it was just a physicality fest and they lost. Which, by the way, if you let women into men's soccer, for example, what will happen is they will be fucking bodied all over the place. And those aren't even big dudes. You start letting women into men's basketball, where these guys are 300 pounds, 6'9" behemoths. You watch one of these chicks try and go into the paint and some dude just stands there. It'd be like running into a goddamn mountain. You can't do it. They cannot possibly compete. The physical difference alone is stunning. Let's do this. Intragendered football. Let's put women on American football teams and watch some 370-pound lineman just crush some chick. She'll die, and then that'll be the end of it. it will be life-changing permanent injuries happening very quickly. You cannot have that same level of physicality with that disparity in body size, body type, and physical ability. You can't do it. That's why they don't do it. This woman, her specialty is in sports injury prevention, and she is arguing for the largest increase in sports injuries you would ever see. Lingerie football was great. American Dissident. Hashtag respect. Peace to lingerie football. May you rest in very little. Okay. Here we go. Super Iron Bob says, look at this woman and tell me she's ever been anything athletic. She's speaking with great authority about experiences she never had. Mo says, I don't understand how it is a fair trial when the judge basically cries during sentencing. Well, the judge didn't convict him. The jury did. What the hell? Also, why is everyone fat? Defense is fat. Prosecution is fat. Judge is fat. Chandler should do a barbecue. Gunblade Knight says she even lied in her earlier post that women's soccer ban wasn't a ban on women playing soccer. It was just a ban on using the member club facilities. They could have used other facilities. See, there you go. But she's also quoting Jezebel, right? Like she's not interested in the truth. Rated Potato Entertainment, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Thank you. Cool, my GPU says, hey, brother, enjoy the content. I'm 11 weeks into my new business, and I'm giving back to those who bring us sanity in this clown world. Make parts for GPUs, not really applicable to most. Thanks, bro. Keep it up. You make parts for GPUs? What kind of parts? Oh, like coolers, like back plates and shit like that. Awesome, man. Cheers, brother. That's very nice of you. I kind of want to do a custom water loop for my PC, but I know I would fuck it up. That's why I don't. Okay. Let's hit the rest of these chats. And then we'll go play some Elden Ring. AWOP says, I have been enlightened. Jubama and blood cancer, white women on bike, and Michael Jackson's beard. It's amazing. What a great story that is. Because, yeah, I have a water cooler on my PC, but it's not a custom loop. Custom loops require planning, like pipe cutting and hose fitting, and I don't want to do that. That's so much work. Damn. I just finished a 2,000 Australian custom loop for my work rig. Easiest thing ever. You know, fuck you. I'm famous enough to have Jay's 2 cents make me one at this point. No, what you got to do is you got to be a little tiny Twitch streamer that gets made fun of by a weirdo giving away a PC and then told that you're not good enough. That's how you get a PC from Jay's 2 cents. That's how you got to do it. That's the way. That was the funniest shit I've ever seen. Like, divorce yourself at all from the level of fucked up idiocy that was involved in that guy, like in what he said. And it's like, okay, yeah, he was mean or whatever. He may have been mean to that small streamer, but I'm going to say it right now. It was funny. It was funny. He's like, total across all socials, less than 5,000. No, we're going to re-roll the winner. I'm like, oh my God. He just roasted the shit out of that Twitch streamer. Literal. He's like, who's this literal fucking who signing up to get a free PC from us? It was hilarious. It was, again, dick move. And their company deserves everything they're getting right now for being so goddamn out of touch and stupid that they would do that. Like, what you got to do is be like, hey, this is awesome. This is awesome. Because because a lot of these bigger streamers that are out there, they're getting stuff. People are sending them gifts. If they're one of these titty streamers, 14 simps have already made them $9,000 rigs that come with custom semen cooled loops. But here we get the chance to help out someone who's really trying to build a platform and working for and earning every single subscriber. And we love to be the company that's going to help them out. And we hope that when we help them out, that will help people notice how people should be doing business today. You got to give back to your communities, build up the communities, because it's symbiotic. We help streamers show people where they can get good custom PCs, and we get to put it into play. Like that, you gotta have good fucking attitude on it. And instead he's like, has she even seen Twitter before? And then the best part is his following was even smaller. Like this little fucking turd he can't even get like Gundam's video on it. I watched It's a Gundam's video on it today. He destroys the guy, by the way. It's perfect. 30-minute Gundam video is a little excessive, Gundam. What are you doing? 30 minutes? What, you think you can do long form content now? You think you can do long form content, Gundam? Coming out here, talking about building PCs for small streamers. You think you can do that? No, it's a great video, and he puts him to task. It was good. It was good. Okay. Joe Schmo, one of three, says women social scientists need to stop bringing attention to how bad they are at statistics and math. Ultra endurance athletes are a very small sample. Social sciences are bad at statistics in general. Yeah, because that's true. Ultra endurance athletes, like how many competitors are even in the average race for those things? Tiny amount, even less finish. Because there is a reality with niche sporting, right? Like if you can run ultra endurance marathons, you can actually make money running regular marathons. So maybe you would focus on that instead. No, so that's a very good point. AWAP says, cheers to Cynthia. Hey, there you go, Cynthia. You got some cheers. Good job. Good job. Seize the Day says Toronto Freedom Park. Oh, I read that one. Zarindu Nuffin says, who has the most mass, Monica Rial, Ethan Ralph, or a neutron star? Well, the neutron star loses immediately. I think Monica edges out Ethan. I think she's denser than him. I think he's bulbous and blubbery, but I think he would float. Ash Ray. Not ashtray. Ash Ray. Welcome to Paralegal Status. Necromancer 0319 says, it's my birthday in EST. 19 years old today. Been a fan for almost a year now and love your channel. And I also watch your Twitch when I can. Can I get some well wishes and one of your famous toasts? Necromancer 19, buddy. 19. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. You are in one of the most confusing and frustrating times of your entire life. Because you just became an official adult, yet nobody looks at you like you are one, and everybody expects you to be one. And you won't even get the comfort of liquor for another 2 years. But with that, you're still at an age where you can have fun, you can laugh, and no one will judge you for laughing. They'll chalk it up to youth. So laugh on, brother. Laugh your way into 2021 and many years beyond. Don't fret about what you'll do, because you're going to probably change your mind and it'll all be good. All roads will lead to where your future ends, and may that end be glorious. Cheers, man. Happy birthday. Boone, thanks for the donation. Merc Platypus, thank you. Notable Zero says, I can ride my bike with no handlebars. Not true, you liar. No one can do that. No, to 20 and then to 21, not 2021. He's 19, then into 20, then to 21. There was a comma between the 20 and 21. Learn to count. Hot Snot. Wait, Alex A says, I think you just inspired an EFAP episode. Hot Snot says, Terminator ripped it out to slow down anyone else looking for Sarah. I don't think so. Notable Zero says, my reach is global, my tower secure, my cause is noble, my power is pure. You know what? I hear all you people in the chat. You're like, oh no, he meant 2021. You didn't know what year it is. Hey, here's what I gotta say to you, motherfucker.
Thank you, Swing.
I hope you die in prison as well.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Yeah, get wrecked. Get wrecked. Squizgar 2322 says, Jesus, next you will be saying Santa Claus isn't real. Notable Zero, I can ride my molecules with no bicycles. Damn. Jiffy the Magic Elf, I'm surprised to see so many carrot emojis in the chat with no mention of Jack Murphy beforehand. Weird. Notable Zero says, I'm surprised to see so many nubs. Lun channel. Can I get some prayers for my 12-year-old Iru? We're waiting for his blood results to know if he can heal or if we have to put him down. Also sent you an email with art I made for your birthday back then. What? What? An email. Here we go. Damn. Hey, these are great. These are great. Here, I'll pull one up. I'll pull one up on screen here. Just a second. I love this. This is awesome. Sorry I missed these. Yeah, if you send it to me on Twitter, there's a great chance that I'll miss whatever gets sent there. Here we go. Check that out. That's a great emote, right? We'll have to get these added in. Thank you. Thank you so much. But yes, I will definitely say a prayer for your 12-year-old. What's an Iru? E-I-R-U. What is that? A goddess of Ireland. I don't know. Is that the name of an animal, like a dog? Because you say put him down, I would assume that's probably a dog. But yeah, absolutely, I will do that. Kevin speaks on it. Says my 88-year-old grandmother died this morning. She had 3 kids, 4 grandkids, 3 great grandkids. My sister is having a hard time. They had a special bond. Toast. Of course, your sister is having a hard time because all grandmothers, with limited exceptions, of course, have special bonds with their grandchildren. And this one, 3 kids, 4 grandkids, and 3 great grandkids. To see your legacy and influence lived out 3 following generations, to watch 60 years of children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren grow, enter the world, and influence it is all the return a life can ask for. So while we may miss them and may feel empty, may she have felt fulfilled as she passed on from this world and into whatever waits. Cheers. Notable Zero says, I've got friends in all the right places. I know what they want. I know what they want me to stay. Cars in Depth. Today's the 4th anniversary of my mom's death at 93. In our eulogies, all 4 of her kids called her formidable. She could be a crazy bitch, but was proud of our accomplishments and fiercely protective of us. Oh, man, that's great. That's great. That is a perfect word for it, too. Formidable. It's a there is some I think particularly for some of the women in our lives that formidable is the most apt description you could possibly give them. And my grandmother who recently passed would certainly be categorized that way. And one of my favorite parts of the eulogies for my grandmother came from her youngest son, my uncle, who I get to visit on the 2nd. I get to go visit Kevin Costner with him. He said this. He said, my how did he word it? I have to word this carefully because the wording was important. He mentioned Pope Benedict. He mentioned a bunch of celebrities. I can't remember. Pope Benedict was the one that really stood out. And he said, my mom didn't get to meet them. They got to meet my mom. And that was like the best way to encompass the presence of my grandmother. Formidable was like the way I would describe her. And I imagine your mother was the same way, right? Like she is the one in the room who it doesn't matter who comes in, right? They're there with her. And that's a cool thing, man. Really now says, wonder if either of the other defenders inquired what his parents tasted like. Oh no. Oh no. Out looking at my cock. Okay, out looking at my cock says, or quit looking at my cock says, sounds like how a liar to a cop was let out of jail. Can my buns and manhole give your man meat a swarty hug? Swarty hug as if it was your little one. Oh my God. Quit looking at my cock also says YouTube won't let me put his name in. Jussie Smollett. There you go. Hi Matlos. Hiamatlos says she has calorie privilege. Helix Snow, how dare you have 2 parents? Is she for real? Yes, she is. They are for real. Privilege is, I hate to say it, privilege is just whiteness in the eyes of a lot of people in like the court systems and stuff like that. Therefore, they'll explain privilege as things that like you would just want anybody to have, like a family, because they're racist. And so family equals white equals privilege because family doesn't equal black, because they're, again, these are inherently racist people. Let's see. Janito799 says Rackets is privileged of Joe's love. That was a little bit much from Joe, but it was appreciated. The John Beck, the prosecutor, looks like she ate the parents. Lost Valley says Mima Halderson is a ride or die homie. God bless the nanas. Don't put him in prison forever. Killed my offspring, but hey, I still love him. Juan Lopez, did you hear about Nikocado Avocado? One of his mukbangs videos have murder evidence. Wait, how? How does one of his mukbang videos? So he's sitting there disgustingly shoving his face full of food, stuffing his fat fucking gullet full of like 30,000 calories. And you can hear someone being murdered in the background. Am I to understand this? Pincalo, the driving ape, says, you're 18 years old. You don't know shit about shit and pull up your pants. Bussy Smalls out and proud says, got milk. 200-watt studio isn't a mitigating factor that he didn't waste the meat after killing it. At least he ate his kills. Yes. A woman neighbor was stabbed. You can hear her being stabbed. And he's just sitting there. He's just sitting there fucking stuffing his gullet on a fucking YouTube video. That's horrifying. You'd think that he could hear it too, right? Didn't he come out recently and say that his whole mukbang thing was just a giant social experiment and lol, you all fell for it, you idiots? Didn't he do that? Super Iron Bob says the amount of thoughtless lying from these DAs makes me sick. It's grating. In a just world, there should be retribution for this behavior. Thunder Chicken says at least they're better actors than Juicy Smollett. Jacob, what is wrong with the DA? Is he just a little beta? He should be calling for Halderson to never breathe free air as he is unworthy of any mercy. Character holding. Would it be a valid defense to confuse the jury who actually killed the parents, him or her? It would have been, but they didn't go with that tactic at all. Let's see. Wrestler Town says, I'm sick of onanism speeches. Somehow people have convinced themselves that less original thought and more platitudes is the height of intellect. Helix Snows says, is the judge crying or congested? Turns out crying. Michael Sarah, reading super chats exclusively at night after ignoring them all day is epic. Enjoy the extra smooth brain money, you smart guy. Okay. I didn't stream during the day. Irie says, Nick, you're a great man. That is all. Jiffy the Magic Elf says the judge was crying because he missed being Bart's side piece. Michael Sarah says, how much to you thank God now that you don't need a real job and float on the cult here? Quite a bit. Yeah, I'm very thankful. Michael Sarah also says, I guess I need to pay $20 for you to look. Yeah, that would have gotten me to look sooner. Correct. And then Michael Sarah says, Lucky versus other lawyers. Good job. Okay. Am I versus other lawyers here? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Michael Sarah says, my bills are coming due along with WWE champions. I read that one earlier. Jacob says, I donate because I want to, not because I want my chat read. Wolfgang Deo says, read this super chat twice. And he says, read the super chat twice. I'm not reading that 4 times. Fuck you. Not one of us says your daily reminder to contact FaZe already. Jay says, I don't know how to make love. I'm going to make love to you, woman. I'm going to lay you down by the fire. Nick's Hex says, I super chatted you about my pup who lost a bunch of weight. She was diagnosed with diabetes, started insulin on Saturday, and is livelier than ever. Pray for her. Her name is Nix, no relation, and is in my avatar. Oh, man. I hope she keeps recovering and that everything works out okay, for sure. Kalinka Pavlova, just want to address Aspie's slanderous lies and negative attempt about my rear end yesterday by reminding chat he's Australian. Thank you. Aspie burned his penis by jerking off with a tracksuit. I don't know if he gets to comment about anybody's ass. KF says Tim's credibility hurt by silence on Jack Murphy. I don't know. I think Tim spoke quite a bit about Jack Murphy by eventually just not having him on the show again. But I don't know. Maybe he didn't. Maybe Jack chose that. Rogue says, are we supposed to ignore the blatant bulge of BS? Yes. IBL33WJ3TLI says, diner, not dinner. A diner said 20 minutes. Said diner, let another go before Tim's 20-minute wait. No, I said diner. I read diner. Yeah, they did. I mean, okay. Either they knew Tim Pool and were intentionally slighting him, or the other person had a reservation, which I don't know if the diner takes reservations, or they just fucked up. Or the person came in and asked 25 minutes earlier and then went away for a little bit and came back and got seated. Who knows? Who knows? You could investigate further or you could leave. Tim made a reasonable choice to leave. I just thought it was a funny post. Unless it was a troll, which apparently somebody said it was a troll, maybe a copy pasta of some sort. Who knows? Mandy Karavicha says there's men's sports, there's women's sports, there's special handicap sports. Why don't they just make transsexual sports and problem solved? There'd only be like 3 competitors. That's the real reality. Dex Luther says them showing up at the starting line and then not moving while Leah competed by herself would have sent a huge message. Would have. Trevor says, have a great Friday, my friend. Swim fast for the women and lap them. Jacob, I find it shocking that men who steal glory from women are celebrated. I want women to shine. Ponton says, keep competing, start complaining, and perform like they aren't there. So when we reverse this shit, what they did can be rewarded properly with apologies. Ryan says, I think it's a copy pasta. I have no idea. I found it funny. And he's got like several replies to it and retweets and stuff to it that he's responding to people. It's good. Ron Crossman, the 203rd ranked man, beat both the Williams sisters after they said they could compete with men. He played a round of golf before the match and drank and smoked during it. He absolutely wrecked them. Bogey 34. At some point, the content is so good I can't take it for free. Too late for a shot. L'chaim, I'll take a sip. I've got a little bit left, but this has to be the end. L'chaim. Pastor Flash says women are really good at pole vaulting. These women are good at sports. True. Look, I can prove this. I should have brought this up during the segment. Thank you, Pastor Flash. Pole vault. I can prove that women are great pole vaulters. Here we go. Here you go. I'm going to show you the strongest pole vaulter. She's Italian. This is very, very important. Well, let me get it to an appropriate spot here so we can see the pole vault. Here we go. Women are fantastic pole vaulters. They're really good at it. Absolutely terrific. There we go. See? Way better than men at pole vaulting. And you'd have to keep that a separate category. The men couldn't compete at all. Not a chance. Where were we? Dex Luther says stories are always about trans women dominating women's sport, never about trans men even just doing well or even existing in men's sports. Weird. Ethan Hall says, see guys, I'm making progress with Cynthia. She's doing great and I'm proud boyfriend. Nick, at least take a sip to celebrate how good my D game is. I can't. I'm out. Crazy Mook, what are you talking about? He says, where's the damn pole vault? I just showed you. I just showed you the best pole vaulting that you'll ever see. Kieran says you should look up Lingerie Football League. They're no NFL, but they actually look like they're trying. No, LFL is legit. It's dead now, but it's legit. It was like they played fucking hard. It wasn't just like lacy lingerie and sexy poses or whatever. They fucking ran. They smashed into each other. It was good stuff. Zachary Nehusaman says, I reffed co-ed basketball for my college. Difference in strength, height, shooting range is massive. Not even close. Wiggles says, are you partial to any kind of cooking equipment? Steel versus cast iron, charcoal versus propane. I can and do use just about anything. I love my cast iron pan, and I cook a lot in my enameled cast iron pot. But I also I want some more stainless. I want a carbon steel pan, which has stainless type properties, but also cast iron like properties as well when you season them up. So that's my next pan purchase. I want a 12-inch carbon steel pan, and then I want a 14-inch pasta pan that's stainless also. Cynthia Cotney says, have you seen Kyle's new meme? I don't have Twitter, but I saw it on Quarterings. Kyle broke the internet vid. Yeah, I did see it. I I made fun of a lawyer. I'll pull it up real quick. Bitching about it. Here we go. So here's what we got. Here's the meme video. Kyle crying at the gas pump. This is funny. Someone made this, and it's very, very funny. Okay? It's a joke. Gas prices are bad. And they took Kyle crying on the witness stand, which he should not have done. In my opinion, stop crying. But and they put it into this video. And so Kyle retweets. He says, "No, it's not lemon heads. It's the burning hole in my pocket thanks to the Joe Biden presidency." And I think this lemon heads was a response, was a shot at people who claimed that his tears were faked. I don't know, maybe he used lemon heads or something. I'm guessing that there's a reference there that's beyond that. So he says that and says, "Just illustrating how fake your tears in court were. Would this have any impact on the upcoming civil cases against him?" And then this guy who says he's a lawyer, right? Lawyer, husband, dad, deadhead Yankee fan, who knows? "If the jurors are permitted to see this video, it will likely hurt him in a couple ways. It, of course, makes him look callous, using the notoriety he gained by killing someone to gain fame online. And that fame suggests some level of fortune and might increase any award." Oh, LeBron James accused him of using lemon heads? Well, there you go then. I mean, then the context of the tweet is obvious. But here's the reality. Of course, that video will not be admitted into evidence. Of course not. But this is also a retarded take. It's a retarded take. This is someone looking for a solution that would be favorable. I retweeted, "You spelled defending himself wrong," which that's the answer. This is what happened. Kyle Rittenhouse did not choose to be assaulted and have to defend himself. He defended himself. The fact that people died from that is their fault. It's their fault. They should not have chased him down, grabbing at his gun, hitting him, kicking him, stepping on him. All of those things should not have happened. They did happen to him, and he was put in that circumstance. And if anybody thinks that video is going to somehow harm him in whatever civil suit may possibly eventually manifest, absolutely will not. That's silliness. Plus, I don't know that those civil suits are actually going to work. He's been acquitted of all charges, and the overwhelming evidence is in favor of self-defense. So good luck. You'll need it. But I don't even know that there are pending suits against him. Bob Pivel says, "Does God potentially interject or let us fully destroy ourselves?" He said he wouldn't destroy us ever again. Never said anything about us ruining our own fucking lot in life. Mr. M. Hama says, "Cool my GPU here again." Wait, what? You changed your name there. "Against better judgment, I went to see what the hot tub Twitch stuff was about on your advice. 3s and 4s and bathing suits, nasty. Quick rundown of law and crime update. Don't have the time. Thanks." Yeah, they backed off. They're out. They're not going to pursue charges at this time. That's the main update. Tom Bombethrill, "Nick, can you just put points into Vigor and enjoy the game already? I'm having a blast playing Elden Ring. I got no need for Vigor." Also, the multiplayer group game name is Nose, all caps, everyone. Ink Fairy Game says, "You may not remember a super chat from long ago about me making my own tabletop RPG due to how woke everything was getting from Warhammer," topic of that show, "to D&D. 5 versions later, the final version is under work." Awesome. He says, "Wanted to say thanks to you and the guests you've had on, making their own insights that inspired me to get off my ass and work on something, especially Raging Golden Eagle." Very cool, Ink Fairy Games. Hopefully everything works out with it, and I wish you nothing but success. Let me know when it's done, man. AWAP says, "Happy birthday, Necromancer. I do not envy 19-year-olds one bit today. Best of luck, and know you're always in good company around these parts." AWAP says, "My grandmother turns 90 this year. Grew up in London during the Blitz. Even out of alcohol, can we get a toast to all the formidable women who have made real differences in the world?" Of course we can. Of course we can. So, a propel toast to women who formidably stop it. To all the formidable women who of course have undeniable and irreplaceable influences on our lives. They drive us to be better. They help us when we are not as good as we should be, and they comfort us. They comfort us when we can't be as good as we need to. To all of those women who have inexorably and tirelessly supported us in our lives. Cheers. 11, Bravo Crunchy. Most annoying thing ever is waking up 15 minutes before the alarm goes off. Oh, I fucking hate that. Happy Saturday, Nick. I hit myself in the face at the end of a 3-inch diameter hose yesterday. Now my face hurts. Oh, well, back to work. Oh, shit. Are you a fireman? Do I remember that right? All right, guys, there we go. There we go. Let's go over to Twitch. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight. It was a lot of fun, and we'll see you over there. Have a good night, y'all. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an art bag, a bow, more of love rug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have